Okay. Should be alive, right? Right? My life. I think I'm good. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna be ranking every single fully evolved Pokemon. I'm not gonna evolve, like you can see all of the not fully evolved Pokemon are down here because I don't want to be here for 5 hours. Um, but these tiers are gonna actually be ordered, for the most part. Um, like I'm gonna try and do things in order this time around. And that's also another reason I didn't want to do like every single Pokemon, just because I don't have particularly strong feelings about a lot of like the not fully evolved ones. And then Megas and Gigantamax forms are not counted. Those are kind of in like a separate boat to me. But alternate form, like the regional forms and whatnot, will be in this as well. And tiers the same as last time, except I've got a tier specifically for my top 10 because I already know off the top of my head what those are going to be in order. But everything else I'm not sure on, so this is going to be interesting. And this is probably going to take a while, so. And of course, my drink is pretty much empty as soon as I go to start, so. Let me. Hopefully that wasn't super loud. It was a lot louder than I thought it was going to be. Hopefully that didn't get picked up too loud. So, starting with Venusaur. Venusaur is my favorite of the 3 Kanto starters. For a while, Blastoise is my favorite, actually. I got a bunch of hair on my... But Blastoise was my favorite for a while, but Venusaur has become my favorite in recent years. It's probably up here. It's one of these two. We'll put it here for now. Charizard, I've always liked, but it's hard for me to like it as much just because it is so overrated. And it's not necessarily that it's overrated that bothers me, it's just I'm just tired of Charizard. Just in general. Like, I get it. I don't really know how else to put it. Like, it's just overexposure. I'll put it here for now, and then later maybe we'll see if it drops down at all. And then Blastoise is either here or here behind Venusaur. I'll just put it here for now. Butterfree probably only goes here. I like Butterfree, but not very strongly or anything. Beedrill I do really like, though. It's probably between Blastoise and Charizard. Part of that is because of Mega Beedrill, but this list is like... I know Megas aren't included in this list, but this list could be literally for any combination of reasons. It could be just how much I like its design, it could be how much I like how good the Pokemon is and like competitive. Could be because of like a personal attachment or something. Since this is purely subjective, it's going to be kind of arbitrary, but I really liked Beedrill, and the fact that it got a Mega, more or less the Mega being as good as it was, made me happy, so I'll probably put it there. Pidgeot, I'm kind of in the same boat. I didn't like it as much as I liked Beedrill. The music's getting a little loud. 1 second. Yep. Okay, that should be fine. But Pidgeot's sort of in the same boat. Like, I liked it, and then it got a good Mega, and I liked it more, but I don't like it as much as I like Beedrill. So it's probably here. Probably, honestly, it's probably above Charizard. Yeah, we'll leave it there for now. Raticate, I'm kind of just indifferent to Raticate. Simple design, it's fine. I just don't particularly care for it too much. It kind of like the shinies, it takes a lot for me to outright dislike or hate a Pokemon. So indifferent is fine. Fearow I'm also probably indifferent to. Arbok I do really like. He's probably right about there. Kanto Raichu is probably about there, but Alolan Raichu is probably up here, honestly. Alolan Raichu's got a really cool design. I really like electric psychic typing. Sandslash is probably here. I don't know if it'd be quite up here. And then Alolan Sandslash honestly is pretty close. I might like it a little bit more. Because, like, Ice and Steel typing on a... I mean, you've got the best defensive typing and the worst defensive typing combined. And they've got 2 common weaknesses, so it's 4 times weak to fire and fighting. And it's slow. So, I don't know, but I think I still do like it a little bit more than regular Sandslash. But I just wish it was a little bit better. Like, I think Ice and Steel typing is cool, but I think it'd be better if it were just faster. Like, I'd like it more if it were a bit more usable. Nidoqueen is probably all the way up here, and then Nidoking is gonna be very high in this tier. Nidoking is like one of the ones that's pretty close to my top 10, honestly. I just think Nidoking has always had like a really sick design. Poison ground typing is really cool. Spoiler alert, ground is my favorite type, so there's gonna be a lot of really high ground types. And Nidoking is just fucking strong too. I try to censor myself in my videos, but I'm not gonna censor myself in my live streams. They're a lot more lax, I guess, than my normal videos. But Nidoking is just really damn strong with sheer force. And it's got... Do you want any type of move? Because Nidoking can use it. Nidoking's move pool is insane. I don't know, I just really, really like Nidoking. It's super cool, just overall. Clefable... Probably. Yeah. Like... It's probably about there, honestly. Never had particularly strong feelings for it. Excuse me. Yeah, just put it about there. Ninetales. God. You know, maybe soda wasn't a good idea. I'm just gonna be burping all stream. Ninetales. Ninetales probably run here. Yeah, just... It's got a solid design. Drought makes it really interesting to use. Yeah. Then Alolan Ninetales have been in the same boat. And I feel like I like it itself more. Like Ice and Fairy is a really cool type combination. And it's definitely better. But at the same time, I'm not sure how I feel about actually using it, because like Ninetales is obviously just outclassed by Torkoal as a Sunsetter, but Sun is like a lot better than Hail, and like yeah, Ninetales got Snow Warning and Aurora Veil. Yeah, I'd say it's above regular Ninetales. Wigglytuff is honestly probably about the same as Clefable. Probably a little bit less. Yeah. Normal fairy is interesting, but I've just never really cared for its design. I like Vileplume. I don't know why it's not particular. You know, I was really thinking about doing the stream later at night for that exact reason. Oh well, we'll just live with it. Hopefully, a train just went by before I started, so hopefully a train doesn't come by because that's gonna put a damper on things. But I hope we'll probably go there. Yeah. Parasect is also probably there. It's definitely on the lower end, but I do like its design. I think it's neat. There's not really much else to it, though. Venomoth is a bit more interesting. It's probably right above Butterfree. I think it's a bit more interesting to use because of tinted lens. And I think it's just got like a slightly better design overall. But if Gmaxes were a thing, Butterfree, or if Gmaxes were on this list, Gmax Butterfree would be higher than Venomoth for sure. Gmax Butterfree is really, really cool. Dugtrio and Alolan Dugtrio. Honestly, like, Dugtrio is probably towards the top of indifferent. Although, honestly, like, indifferent, the order shouldn't really matter, I guess, but... whatever, it's close enough. But... And I know I just a minute ago said ground types are all probably going to be really high, but... These are, like, one of my most meh ground types. Like, I know Dugtrio is really good because of Arena Trap, but... I still just don't really care for its design. And I don't really like using it. I feel like Arena Trap's a little bit gimmicky. But Alolan Dugtrio I like just because it's funny. It's a little bit more interesting to use because it's ground steel. I can at least get amusement out of it. It's probably a little bit higher than Parasect. Persian I like. It's probably not super high. It's probably about there. Alolan Persian is going to be the first one below indifferent. I get what they're going for. It's fat head looks silly. It just distracts me from the rest of its design. Like, if it were literally just like a silvery Persian with like a slight change to its design in like some sort of other way, then I'd probably like it more than regular Persian, but like, I don't want to dislike it, but it just looks weird. It just looks goofy, and like not in like the Alolan Dugtrio way, where it's like amusing at least. It just distracts me from its design, which makes me sad because I think Alolan Meowth looked like it had promise. I'm also going to 1 second. Sorry about that. So, Golduck. It's probably right below Vileplume. It's neat. That's about it. I know Starmie is in Gen 1 as well, but I feel like Golduck really should have been Water Psychic type. I think that would have made it a little bit better. And I think to just be a bit more interesting. I think Golduck is one that could have benefited from a regional variant. but maybe it'll happen eventually. Speaking of which, I think Primeape is another one that could have benefited from getting a regional variant. Like, as far as pure fighting types go, Primeape's probably one of the worst, right? So, I mean, like, Machamp and Conkeldurr are really good. Socks at least got, like, sturdy, and I think it's got better coverage. Throw is a lot tankier. What other ones are there? The Hitmons all have their uses. Like, Hitmontop is amazing in doubles. Hitmonlee is really fast and really strong. Hitmonchan's a lot tankier. What else? I know I'm forgetting something. There's more, right? Am I crazy? Oh, there's also Phalanx. Phalanx has a really interesting gimmick with no retreat. Yeah, it's not an indifferent because I like its design. It's just kind of boring to use compared to the other pure fighting types. It's probably like, I think I like it a little bit more than Golduck. Arcanine is going to be a... the more I think about it, the more higher, or the higher it gets. It's yeah, we'll put it at the top of that tier for now. Arcanine, obviously, very popular for a reason. It's really good, it's really flexible, like you can run like choice band purely offensive type. What am I saying? I just hit a stroke. You can run like a purely offensive build, you can run a tanky build, either one works really well. I used one in a draft league before, and it got me so much mileage because I used it in so many battles, and it worked in any role I wanted it to fill. I think that's part of why I like it that much as well, is just my personal usage of it competitively. It's just a really solid mon. Honestly, it's probably on like the lower end of this, now that I think about it. Poliwrath is another one I wish was just a little bit better. Like, its design is really simple, honestly. Like, it's nothing crazy, but I still like it. I think water fighting is really cool, despite Keldeo and Urshifu existing, kind of invalidating any reason to use Poliwrath, but it's still cool. I just wish it was a little bit better. So it's probably in like the low end of that. Alakazam and Machamp are both really high. I've always really liked these two, and they're always like super close. I think I can never decide which one I like more. They're really, really close. They're not, I'll just go ahead and put them, they're not above Nidoking, but they're really high. Like, I've always just really, really liked these two. And it kind of made me sad when Alakazam got a Mega and Machamp didn't. But it seems like they knew what they were doing when Gen 8 came around, and they gave Machamp a Gigantamax to compensate, and Alakazam didn't get one. I'm still a little torn because, you know, you sort of had like the square in Gen 1 of like the trade evolutions. Like, you got Alakazam and Gengar are the special ones, and then Machamp and Golem are the physical ones. And you know, they've always like sort of been counterparts of each other in that way. But then like Alakazam and Gengar got Megas, and Machamp and Golem didn't. And then Golem got a regional variant, and none of the other ones did. And then Machamp and Gengar got a Gigantamax. So they've been kind of all over the place ever since Megas, which I mean, that's probably just a me reading too much into it thing, but the four of them have always been really relevant together, just in my eyes. But the tangent is completely unrelated to this list. I genuinely don't know which one I would put higher over the other. I know Alakazam is better, but I still do really like Machamp. I'll probably just put it that purely because of that reason. Like, Alakazam is a lot more usable. And again, not ranking Megas here, but Mega Alakazam is super broken. Like, I do not know why that thing was UU in Gen 6. Like, people didn't realize how good it was till OU, because Megazam is so damn strong. Victory Bell is... Is Victory Bell my least favorite grass poison type Pokemon? I think it is. It's got a neat design. Yeah, it's probably about there. It's got a neat design, but I think that's about it. It's not very good. Like compared to the other grass poison types, like I think Vileplume's a little bit better. Venusaur's obviously way better. There's a bunch of other ones, but that I'm blanking at the moment. Tentacruel. Where? Tentacruel's probably around here. I'll put it here for now. Excuse me. Yeah, I'll put it there. Tentacruel's one I was kind of like, I thought it was a neat design, but I didn't really care too much for it. But once I used it in a draft league, I realized how much better it was than I realized. Like, Tentacruel is super tanky. It made me appreciate it a lot more, and then I started using it a bit more. So I like it a good amount now. Golem is also probably around there. It's my least favorite of the Gen 1 trade Evos, but I still do really like it. It's probably below Tentacruel. And then Alolan Golem is actually a little bit higher. It's not above Ninetales, but I think Alolan Golem, I think, just looks a bit better. I think Rock Electric type is a super cool typing. I just wish it wasn't on a slow Pokemon. It's a terrible typing for a slow Pokemon. I guess it's not terrible, but it's not a great typing for a slow Pokemon. I think it'd be insane on a fast Pokemon. But I really like its design. And like I said, it's still good. It's better than regular Golem. So it's an improvement for me. Rapidash, I feel like I'm the only one... I feel like I'm one of the only people on the planet that doesn't particularly feel strongly about Rapidash. It's got a good design. But like... I don't know. I don't care for it that much. I mean, I like it. Like, I mean, my name is literally Flame. Like, you can ascertain that I like fire. Like, a Pokemon having fire on it is at least gonna push it above indifferent for the most part. Yeah, it's probably around there. And then Galarian Rapidash. I have mixed feelings about Galarian Rapidash because I just wish its hair looked like Galarian Ponyta's hair still. Like, I don't like the way it looks when it evolves. But I still do think it's a cool design, and I like Psychic Fairy type. I think its signature ability should have been better than it is, but it's still neat. It's not above regular Rapidash. Yeah, it's probably about there. What's garbage, Marcus? Slowbro. Oh yeah. Yeah, like Psychic Fairy's neat, but we've got several Psychic Fairy types, and they're all way better than Rapidash or Galarian Rapidash. Like Fire Fairy, yeah, it should have been better. Plus, unique typing, even though Solgaleo also should have been Fire Fairy. It's a unique typing. We haven't seen it yet, and it's probably going to be really good. How dare Karen Choir rank that high? What's wrong with the Alolan Dugtrio? It's funny. There's nothing wrong with it. It's funny. Plus, Ground Steel is at least interesting. Unfortunately, I'm not ranking Oshawott. I'm only ranking fully evolved Pokemon just so I'm not here for like 6 hours, since I'm ranking it in order. But Oshawott, if I did not fully evolve Pokemon, Oshawott would probably be pretty high. Oh, don't remind me of them wasting Electric and Ice type. Electric Ice literally has the potential to be the most broken type combo ever, and they gave it to Arctozolt. That's also kind of how I feel about Ground Electric. Like, Stunfisk is better than Arctozolt. Yeah, like, Stunfisk is at least, like, usable, but I would like to see another Ground Electric type, because I think that type combo's sick. I'm looking forward to whatever the first Ground and Fairy type is, because I feel like Ground and Fairy is going to be broken whenever that happens. That type combo seems super damn strong to me. I'm trying not to use the word fuck that much, but small channel, what are they going to do? But Slowbro is actually probably a lot higher than any other human being would put it. I really like Slowbro, mostly because of competitive. I think Slowbro's cool to use. Like, Regenerator, it's bulky as hell. Not ranking Megas, but Mega Slowbro is also really strong. It's probably, like... No, I don't think it's above Arcanine, but it's yeah, it's probably in that top tier. And then Galarian Slowbro, I honestly haven't used it enough to really know what I think about its use in competitive, but I like its design. Like, I think I prefer regular Slowbro still, like, design-wise, but I do really like Galarian Slowbro's design. I like Psychic Poison type. Honestly, it's probably around here, because its design is really cool. Oh boy, regular Farfetch'd. Probably. Farfetch'd is just underwhelming to me, which is why I'm glad they gave Galarian Farfetch'd an evolution. But like Farfetch'd on its own, it's just not good. Its design is like fine. But I don't know. It's probably an indifferent. Honestly, it's probably like the top of indifferent because it's got a better design than the rest of those Pokemon IMO. Dodrio is another one I think would have benefited from a regional form because it's just kind of underwhelming. Wait, the tree is in a bad tier. What? What's happening? The only thing that's in a bad tier so far is Alolan Persian. Everything else is, like, indifferent at worst. But Dodrio's just, like, it's cool, it's just a little underwhelming. So, like, I think it's another one like Rapidash that would have benefited from a regional variant. But it probably goes here. Like, I do think it's really cool. Yeah, like, normal Dragon Dodrio would be really cool. Can you imagine, like, a fast normal Dragon type? like Drampa, but not slow as hell. But Drampa's cool, but it's not that good. I think Dodrio would benefit from like a signature ability that has something to do with its 3 heads. Which I think Hydreigon also should have had that, but just make a regional form Dodrio, give it a unique ability, and then buff it a little bit. Dugong. I'm not gonna hover hate because I don't want people to think I hate Dugong. I don't know. It's just a very plain design, but it's cute. Hey, what's up, Zendi? If they did another evolution, if they followed their current pattern, the only other one they would do is Dragon. Since they... So far, all they've done is like the types that were special types pre-Gen 4. And the only special type that's left is Dragon. So... maybe we'll get Drakeon or Scaleon one day, but who knows. Dugong's probably in like its design is really plain, but it's cute. It's probably about there. I like it not above Golduck. Muck, I really like. I give Muck a little bit of crap just because people usually point to like new Pokemon designs and talk about how uncreative they are when Muck is literally just a purple blob. But I do really like Muck. Like, I think it's cool. Honestly, it's probably a little bit higher than that. And then Alolan Muck is up here. It's probably around here. Like, I think Alolan Muck has a super cool design. I think Poison Dark type is broken. Alolan Muck's really good. Like, I don't know, I really, really like Alolan Muck. I know most people think Alolan Muck is ugly, but I think it's really cool. Yeah, like, Alolan Muck is super good. It's the best Poison Dark type, and Poison Dark type is insanely good. It's only weak to ground. Cloyster. He's probably in really like. He's probably right about there. And actually not about Pidgeot. Yeah, I'm fine with that placement. Yeah. Gengar is going to be... I think, Ches, were you here until I got to Gengar? I feel like that's what you were most curious about. Gengar's up here. He's probably around here, if I had to guess. Why did Cloyster give you nightmares? That's hilarious. I mean, I don't mean to like make fun of you, but that's just fun. Like, out of all the Pokemon, I'm surprised it's Cloyster. What's wrong with his smile? He's probably around there. And then yeah, Gengar is probably like just short of Alolan Muck. Dragonite I'll do when I get to it. He's not... Excuse me. God, I definitely shouldn't have had Soda. But, Dragonite, I'm almost at the end of Gen 1, so Dragonite will be here shortly, but Dragonite's pretty high. Most of the pseudos I really, really like. In fact, honestly, like, this tier is probably the lowest any of the pseudos get. I think all the pseudos are really cool, and as pseudo-legendaries, they're all really strong. Hypno is... He's probably at the top of this, if I had to guess. I think Hypno's neat in a creepy way. Like, Hypno's really weird, but I also like it. Like, I think he's, like, really weird, really creepy, and really cool. Kingler. Probably around here. I think Kingler's neat. I think his design is a little simple. I think G-Max Kingler's hilarious. It's just a real-ass crab with a bubble beard. But I've always kind of liked Kingler. Like, I think it's cool. Its attack stat is way too high for being what it is. Honestly, it'd probably be higher if Crawdon wasn't there. Like, whenever I think of Kingler, I just feel like I just think of Crawdon and think it's better. Electrode is honestly probably going to be the next one in dislike. I like it more than Alolan Persian, but I mentioned this with Muck earlier, but Electrode, when people mention like anything past like Gen 5 and beyond, when people mention those gens having bad designs, Electrode is literally the first thing I always think of. Like, Electrode's got a like, I don't have a problem with Electrode, but its design is not creative at all. It's like, what if there was a Pokeball Pokemon, and then when it evolved, it flips upside down? And you tell me that's better than Garbodor? Octus, I'm sorry, Electrode's design is not creative at all. It looks fine. I think a regional variant Electrode would be funny. They make it like an Ultra Ball or something. Or, yeah, like Marcus just said, making it like a Great Ball with legs. Can you imagine an Electrode with just legs? I don't know. Like, I don't really have a problem with Electrode. It's mostly just Gen 1ers that have made me dislike its design more. I think it's mostly just that. Executor is probably going to be probably around the top of here. I think Executor is really cool. And then Alolan Executor is probably in the same tier. Actually, I think I like Tentacruel a little bit. It's probably close. I don't know where I'd put Alolan Executor. He's probably, like, here, honestly. He's probably around there. I like regular Executor a little bit better, but I do really, really like Alolan Executor. I think its design is hilarious. And Grass Dragon is just a cool typing. Marowak. Okay, I promise we'll get... I know I said ground types can be really high earlier, and I promise we'll get to some really high ones later on, but Marowak is probably, like... it's probably on, like, the lower end of this tier. I just wish Marowak was better. Like, regular Marowak, like, kinda sucks. Like, yeah, with Thick Club, it hits kinda hard. But... it just needs to be better. Also, yeah, Alolan Executor's... Alolan Executor's signature move is hilarious. It literally just smacks you with its head like a weapon. I think it's super creative. And then... so Marowak's there. Alolan Marowak can go straight to this tier. Alolan Marowak's probably there. Alolan Marowak... if you don't think Alolan Marowak is super cool, you're wrong. I'm sorry. Alolan Marowak is easily the best Alolan design. I'd probably like best regional variant design in general. It is such a huge upgrade in terms of design and like viability. Like Ghost Fire is a super cool typing. The fact that it has Lightning Rod gives it another immunity. like I said with regular Marowak, Thick Club makes it hit super hard, like Flare Blitz and Poltergeist. I already mentioned its design, but its design is super cool. Shinies aren't really important to this list since I already ranked those separately, but it's shiny. It's one of the best shinies ever. And it's a really simple shiny too, but it looks super cool. Yeah, Alolan Marowak's just great. I think Alolan Marowak is like peak regional variant. Hitmonlee is probably my favorite of the Hitmons. Whoops. He's probably in this tier. Probably right around there. Hitmonlee's another one I actually used in the draft league, and it was a very like niche pick when I used it. Because it's kind of one-dimensional in what it does. You usually just run like a Choice Scarf set, but if people aren't prepared for it, it's like super, it can catch you really off guard. Risk of Rain Anniversary Update is fantastic. It is far better than I was honestly expecting it to be. Like, I thought it was gonna be good. Like, Hopu has like knocked it out of the park with every update so far, but I just didn't think there was gonna be this much to it. Like, so many item changes. The new items are super cool. The new final stage is really, really interesting. Grandparents are like one of the coolest enemies in the game. I'm really impressed. Like, this is like almost as big as 1.0 was. It's a really big update. Like, there's so many more viable items now. Like, so many of the items that I thought were like meh to outright bad are actually pretty good now. I also kind of prefer the original commencement, but I do think this is a suitable replacement. Like I prefer the simplicity of the other one, but now it feels more like a proper final stage, if that makes sense. Like I think it's a suitable replacement. And yeah, Rip Fresh Meat, probably what I would have said the worst white item was. Bison Steak's pretty good. Like, 25 extra HP on stage 1 is a huge difference. Like, Huntress only starts with 90 health. Like, that makes a really big difference early on. Back to Pokemon. Hitmonchan is probably here. Yeah, I think that's a good state. Or placement. I'm really regretting the soda pick for this live stream because I'm just gonna be burping all stream. Wheezing. Probably like just slightly above Arbok. Poison type with Levitate. Decent coverage. I think it's a cool mon. Not much to it. Galarian Wheezing is going to be a little bit higher. Alright, later, Zendy. Galarian Wheezing's probably about there. I think Galarian Wheezing, its design is like hilarious and creative. Poison Fairy type is really cool. Neutralizing Gas enables a lot of interesting strategies, most notably Regigigas. Name a more iconic duo. Kangaskhan is either at the top of this or on the lower end of this. I'm not sure. I think he's probably, or she's probably around there. We'll go with that. Seeking is probably one of the most plain Pokemon designs, honestly. Probably towards the... It's so far, it's probably the Pokemon I'm most indifferent to. It's just a fish. It's not... I don't know. Its design is, like, fine. But it's super lame. That was your reaction the first time seeing what? Was that when I was talking about Weezing or Kangaskhan? Not sure. Starmie is probably right above Cloyster. Yeah, I'll probably put it there. Mr. Mime, I used to kind of dislike, but I don't mind it as much anymore, and especially after using it in Dynamax Adventures. If you play Dynamax Adventures, you probably know how broken Mr. Mime is in Dynamax Adventures format. Like, dual screens, hits reasonably hard with Psychic, helping hand support. This thing's, like, busted in Dynamax Adventures. Like, if you see it, you go for it 9 times out of 10. So that alone has pushed me to like it at least. He's probably around here. I like the Galarian form way more, spoiler alert. Although I guess that's not a spoiler alert because I'm not rating Galarian Mr. Mime. Because I'm ranking Mr. Rime. I like Mr. Rime more than Mr. Mime. If I'm being honest. Mr. Mime is weird. Mr. Rime is also kind of weird. But he's also kind of cool. Plus he tap dances constantly. And I think Ice and Psychic is a bit more interesting than Psychic Fairy. Mostly just because we've got so many Psychic Fairy types. Gardevoir and Tapu Lele kind of just invalidate all of them. Well, speaking of Ice and Psychic types, Jinx, Jinx is probably down here. I don't know. I wouldn't say I actively dislike it. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably about there. I don't really like it, but I don't think it's enough for me to actively dislike it. Pinsir is really cool. I wish... For Pinsir specifically, I wish I included Megas here, because Mega Pinsir is a monster. Like, if you've ever fought a Mega Pinsir, you know how strong that damn thing is. But regular Pinsir's okay. He's probably... No, keep looking at things and keep thinking he's higher. He's probably right around there. But if I were factoring in the Mega, it'd probably be a lot higher, because I love using Mega Pinsir. That thing is terrifying. That thing is insanely strong. Tauros is cool, but kind of simple. He's probably towards the top thing. Yeah, I'm fine putting it there. Yeah, it threatened Pheromosa, but on top of that, it threatened most things. Like, what swapped into a Mega Pinsir return? Like, nothing could comfortably tank that, or take that. Even, like switching in, like, Lando T with Intimidate, like, Lando still took a chunk from that. Especially, like, if you're on, like, Swords Dance on that thing, like, you switch Lando T in and it goes for Swords Dance, you're probably dying. Unless you're, like, Choice Scarf Stone Edge. Gyarados is going to be very high. Probably right around there. What can I say? It's Gyarados. Not really much else to say about that. Gyarados is Gyarados. Gyarados is super cool. It's always been an extremely good Pokemon. It's got a really cool design. It's got a really good shiny, although that's irrelevant. A lot of really cool trainers like Lance use Gyarados. What is there to say about Gyarados that hasn't been said? It's like one of the most popular Pokemon ever, and for good reason. Unlike Charizard. Charizard, before Megas, Charizard sucks. Lapras. Oops. Thinking right there for Lapras. Yeah, I'll put it there. Lapras is another one, like... I would like it more if it wasn't a slow ice type. They need to, granted, this was Gen 1, but they need to stop making slow ice types. Slow ice types are very rarely ever good. Like, ice types need to be fast or they're probably bad. They at least need to be like a decent speed tier. Like, look at how many ice types are like lower tier usage. And then look at like two of the only reasonably fast ones being Weavile and Mamoswine, and look how good they are. Because they're, like I said, they're in a decent speed tier. Like Articuno, give Articuno like 25 more base speed. Articuno's really good. But it's as slow as it is. It's a defensive ice type, so it's bad. They need to stop making defensive ice types. Ditto. Somewhere in this tier. I think Ditto's alright. He's got a derpy smile. He's cute. Yeah, Glastrier, that's true. Glacier is really slow, but that's just because Glacier is broken. Like, basically just got Moxie. Moxie's an extremely strong ability. It's got ridiculous attack. It's got really good coverage. It's super tanky, despite being like base 20 speed. But it's there's so many ice types like Lapras that aren't. Lapras is slow, but it's not that slow. Glacier is that slow, so you can use it under Trick Room, and it outspeeds basically everything. Like, there's so many, like, middling speed tier ice types. Like, that's the big problem. Like, if you lower Lapras's speed by, like, 15, you can use it on Trick Room. But Lapras is base, like, what? Like, 55 or something like that? Is it slow? But it's not super slow. Glacier is slow as hell. Ditto's probably around here, honestly. Put it around there. Alright, see you, Octus. Vaporeon. Is Vaporeon the... Is Vaporeon the equivalent of, like, the white girl pumpkin spice latte pick for the evolutions? Is it the basic choice? I feel like it probably is. Right? I mean, I still like it. Like, it's probably around... Probably around there. But... I feel like it's the most popular. Sylveon is probably up there as well, and like Espeon and Embryon too. Yeah, Jolteon's my favorite of the three. Or it's just my favorite evolution in general. It's probably... No, it's higher than that. It's probably around here. Not quite top tier, but... Yeah, Jolteon's my favorite of the three. It's always been my favorite. And then Flareon is the saddest Pokemon. Why are you so terrible? Every other evolution is usable except for Flareon. Why is Flareon so bad? I figured your favorite would have been Umbreon. I feel like I remember you saying that at some point. But I also remember you talking about Glaceon before, so... Not sure. But yeah, why... I want to like Flareon more. I like its design, but it's so bad. Why does it have to be this bad? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's probably at like the low end of this tier. Probably just above Marowak. Because it's got a nice design. Why does it have to suck? I don't get it. I mean, there's not a huge market for physical fire types. Well, I guess there is now. Whatever. Just tack on like 20 base speed, it'll make it a little bit better. Amistar. Amistar's probably in this tier somewhere. Probably right above Poliwrath. Amistar's neat. I've gotten swept by this thing in random battles more than I'd like to admit. Because, like, random battles, what do you do to a lead Shell Smash Amistar? And then I vastly prefer Kabutops. I think Kabutops is cool as hell. It's probably only in this tier. I'd say it's probably around there. Kabutops is super cool. Kabutops is another one. Just like 10 more base speed, it'd be a super good rain sweeper. I mean, it's already pretty good as is. But like just a little bit more base speed. Like imagine that with like Swords Dance and then like Water Rock coverage. Under rain, this thing's a monster. But alas. An Aerodactyl, if... Aerodactyl's another one. I like Aerodactyl enough on its own, but it would be a lot higher if I were factoring in Megas here. Like, I think Mega Aerodactyl is really, really cool. I think it's a pretty big improvement on the original design. I think OG Aerodactyl's a little too plain. I don't think it looks enough like a rock type. The Mega Aerodactyl really feels like a rock type, and it's also strong as hell. Can you imagine a Mega Aerodactyl, like Tough Claw's Brave Bird Head Smash? That would probably just kill itself. To be honest. Yeah, like regular Aerodactyl, like Choice Band Rockhead, Brave Bird Head Smash. Like, what's taking a Head Smash from that? If only. But Aerodactyl's probably around there. But Mega Aerodactyl is probably in this tier somewhere. Snorlax is also probably in this tier somewhere. Probably not there. Probably not over Ninetales. Excuse me, I got an itch on my back. Yeah, it's a Snorlax around there. Oh my god, did you just calc that? That's ridiculous. Well, Head Smash is only like 85, right? It's not too inaccurate. Although, then again, Focus Blast is 70, and that misses 70% of the time, so you never know. Articuno. Hot take incoming, I guess. Articuno's my least favorite of the three birds. And yeah, I figured that was banded. But I still do really like Articuno. Honestly, Articuno's probably right around there. Yeah, I think that's a good spot. Galarian Articuno is really cool. It's also probably pretty close. Well, it's a little bit higher. But probably not by much. Zapdos is my favorite of the three. And it's probably about here. Like, I think Zapdos has always just been the best of the three. Like, competitively. Like, Electric Flying is really good. Zapdos gets a lot of coverage. It's really bulky. It's really strong. Under Rain. Thunder Hurricane. Galarian Zapdos I like less, but I still think is really cool. It's probably right around there. Yeah, I'm fine with putting it there. And then Moltres is also probably in this tier, probably a little bit higher. Up there. Oh my god, so that's not even Adamant Aerodactyl. I'm assuming, or did the plus attack just not copy? Well, I'm sure it'd be there. That's probably Jolly. That's crazy. Galarian Moltres is super edgy, but it's super cool. It's probably on like the low end of this tier. Especially like after using it, Galarian Moltres is so good. Like dark flying type and like fiery wrath, nasty plot. Galarian Moltres is so good. And like I said, it's edgy, but it's super cool. And we got Dragonite, although I believe Zendi was the one that asked about that, and I think he had to tuck out for a bit. But Dragonite is probably here. Actually, he's probably, nope. Right above Blastoise. Did the music stop? Oh my god. That was an hour loop. We've been here for an hour. We're just through Gen 1. Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna have to speed it up. What do we want to listen to? Let's do some Diamond and Pearl music. Get hyped for Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. Mewtwo. Probably right about there. Well, he's probably a little bit higher because of Smash. I really like Mewtwo in Smash. There, I'm fine with that placement. And Mew's another one, like, its design is a little too simple, but it's also still good. Mew's probably right around there. And I think Alolan Exeggutor was above Golem. Meganium. Hot take, is not my least favorite starter. Honestly, it's probably still close, but it's not my least favorite starter. But even then, like, I really like all the starters. I don't think any of them have a bad design. I just wish Meganium worked better. Meganium doesn't need to be as bad as it is. But Meganium... probably around there. And then we have our first Pokemon in the top 10. Surprising nobody that knows me. Yeah, spoiler alert, Typhlosion is in fact my favorite Pokemon in general. Typhlosion will stay at the top of top 10. It will not be moving from that spot. And then Feraligatr is really cool, and it's probably just above Blastoise, and probably Dragonite as well. Honestly, I think push those two up to that tier, I think is reasonable. Feraligatr's super cool. It's super strong. There's a train. Well, got our first train, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, this one is not super loud. Or, not unfortunately. Thank God this one is not super loud. Normally, you would probably not be able to hear me over the train, because these trains are so goddamn loud in this house. But, yeah, Feraligatr I think is super cool. I think it'd benefit a little bit from a dual typing, maybe like Dark or Dragon, I think are the two most people would want. But, like, Sheer Force, Life Orb, Dragon Dance, Feraligatr is terrifying. It's super strong. Furret. I like it more than I should because of those stupid Furret walking memes. Probably right above Lapras, honestly. Like, almost entirely just because of those. Noctowl... Eh, it's probably my least favorite Route 1 bird. I mean, yeah, honestly. I think its design is fine. I just don't really... doesn't particularly jump out at me. But I think it's fine. It's close between it and Unpheasant, but I think like male Unpheasant specifically tips it over the edge, because male Unpheasant's cool. Female Unpheasant is kind of lame, but male Unpheasant's cool. Ledian. I've got decent memories of using it in Colosseum. Probably around there. Ariados, I wish was a little bit better than it is. I mean, I know it's bad, but like I wish it was a little bit better because Ariados is cool. But it's also probably not going to get that high. Probably right around there. Crobat is probably up here somewhere. Probably above Alolan Raichu. Crobat's super cool. Sorry about that. Lantern. Somewhere in here. Probably just below regular Rapidash. Xatu is also probably in this tier, but a little bit higher. Probably around there. Ampharos is going to be fairly high. Ampharos, probably pretty close to Crobat, honestly. Probably a little bit more than Alolan Raichu. Blossom, I prefer over Vileplume, but still not by a whole lot. But it's still probably a tier above, now that I think about it. Probably right about here. Azumarill, I have nightmares of because of Great League and Pokemon Go. I hate this thing. Not really. I think I like it less now, though, than I used to. This thing is annoying as hell in Great League. It's super oppressive. But it's still probably... not above Arbok, but probably around there. Sudowoodo. Sudowoodo's funny. It's because it's derpy. Yeah, he'd probably around there. Politoed. Probably on the higher end of this tier. Yeah, probably around there. Jumpluff is another one pretty much carried by my experience of it in Colosseum and Gale of Darkness. I forget which one it's in, but it's in one of the two, and I remember I always used it when I was younger. I need to play through those games again. But I'll put it there. I think that's fine. Sunflora. Shit. No, I do not hate Sunflora. Why did it put there? I wasn't even close to that. Sunflora was probably about there. I wish it wasn't terrible, but I like it. Quagsire. Honestly, probably right about there. I don't think I like it as much as Vaporeon. Espeon. Do I like Espeon more than Vaporeon? I think the answer is probably. Well, I think they're pretty comparable, honestly. I think I'll give a slight edge to Vaporeon. And then Umbreon's going to be a little bit lower, but it is still probably in the same tier. No, it's definitely in the same tier because Flareon is. I like it more than Flareon. Probably right about there. Slowking, I do not much. Okay, Stroke. I do not like as much as Slowbro, but it's still really cool. Well, I guess cool is not the best word for it, but I really like it. He's probably on like the low end of this tier. And then Galarian Slowking, I actually don't really like that much. I think it's fine. I think I was just a little disappointed because they really played it up. And then I ended up just being a little bit underwhelmed by it for how much they played it up. But I still like it. Excuse me. It's probably around here. I know it's a lot lower than regular Slowking, but Unknown, I've always been kind of indifferent to Unknown. I think it's a neat idea, but I just don't really care for it that much. Yeah, it's probably about there. Wobbuffet is also probably kind of low. I think there is fair. Girafarig is another one. I'm painfully indifferent to Girafarig. I think it's got a neat design, but I think it should have evolved. Like, maybe in like Gen 4, add it to that pool of Pokemon that got a Gen 4 evolution or something. Because it's just really underwhelming as is. And plus, with its design, its evolution could have been really, really interesting. No matter which route they took with it. It's probably about there. Forretress. I don't know why I said that like Sean Connery. Fortress is cool, but he's probably not too high. Probably just above Xatu. Sparse. Speaking of Pokemon that should have evolved, I don't know. I think I like it. It's probably only there. Steelix is going to be pretty high. Finally getting into ground types that are actually going to reflect the ranking I was talking about. No, Steelix is probably above Blastoise, honestly. Granbull. Man, we're only like halfway through Gen 2, and there's been so many Pokemon already that I've talked about that like I wish were just a tiny bit faster. And Granbull's one of them. Like Granbull, it's fairy type, fairy types are broken. It's got really good HP and really good attack. But it's slow as hell. And it's got Intimidate too. Like this Pokemon should be good, but it's super slow. Like it just needs to be a little bit faster. It'd probably be usable in like UU, probably. Probably around, yeah, we'll put it there. Quillfish, I think I'm also probably indifferent to. I'll put it above Seeking. Scizor, gonna be all the way up here, probably, yeah. Probably just above Arcanine. Scizor's another one like Gyarados. It's like, what else is there to say about Scizor that hasn't been said already? Like, bug types aren't particularly good, but Bug Steel is a fantastic typing. Scizor, really good stats across the board. I don't know. Okay, there. That's aligned properly. I wanted to make sure everything, or where everything needed to be scrolled to. They don't actually see my preview unless I'm tabbed out. But yeah, Scizor is just a really, really solid Pokemon all around. Oh boy, Shuckle. Shuckle is another one that's only as high as it is because it's funny. Shuckle's probably like here, honestly. I feel weird ranking Shuckle that high, but Shuckle deserves it. Shuckle's hilarious. Heracross is another really cool bug type Pokemon. He's probably just below Ampharos. Ursaring is another one I remember fondly because of Gale of Darkness. You get the Shadow Teddiursa is the first Pokemon you get, or the first Pokemon you can catch. Where did that go? Oh, there it is. And first time I played the Gale of Darkness, I used it through the end of the game. So by the end of the game, Stab, Return, and Max Happiness from an Ursaring OHKO'd almost everything. So I have fond memories of it. So it is probably up there with Jumpluff. Because of that, probably a little bit higher. I used it a little bit more than Jumpluff. Magcargo. I don't dislike you, but why are you bad? It's like Flareon. It's like another slow fire type. It's like, why are you bad? Or why did you have to be bad? I know why you're bad. But Magcargo, I think its design is fine at least. Probably. Yeah, probably right about there. Corsola. Honestly, I'm kind of indifferent to Corsola, I think. Design is fine. It's just not amazing or anything. It's never particularly jumped out at me. We've got Octillery. Octillery is also probably in this tier. Yeah, just where? Probably just below Golduck. Delibird is also probably in that tier. Probably pretty low. Mantine, yet another from Colosseum and Gale of Darkness that I used a lot. This Mantine was really good in those games. Plus, I've used Mantine in Draft League before, or draft format, and it was pretty good. It's like a niche pick. Could use it as like a wall and support, or I could use it as like a Swift Swim bulky sweeper. He's probably in this tier somewhere. Maybe right above Azumarill. Skarmory is also probably in that tier, but towards the higher end, if I had to guess. No, probably not above those two. Probably right there, honestly. I like it a little bit more than Quagsire, but I don't think I like it as much as Vaporeon and Espeon. Houndoom. Houndoom is also probably going to go in that tier. It's probably going to be a little bit higher. Probably right around there. I think it's fair. Kingdra. Kingdra is probably going to be there? Kingdra might be a little bit higher than that. I think Crobat's a little bit higher than that too, honestly. I think they're both. I think it looks more like that. I don't know. I don't know how many people are in chat right now, but never heard the story of my fucking full odd shiny Kingdra in Heart Gold. Well, it wasn't a Kingdra, it was a Horsey, but on my like 50 billionth playthrough of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, because Gen 2 is my favorite gen, one time just happened to get a shiny Horsey. Just normal, it wasn't shiny hunting, was just regularly playing through the game. So use that on my team. So, and I liked Kingdra before that, but that made me like it a lot more. Donphan is another one I wish was just a little bit better, but I really like Donphan. Wish we had more elephant Pokemon. We've got Donphan and Copperajah, but is that it? Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Is Donphan and Copperajah, are they the only elephants? I can't think of any others. I remember you telling me about the Weedle. Unfortunately, that was not my first ever Horsey. Like, that was when I was a bit older. I definitely knew what shinies were. I'd gotten a couple. And like I said, that... at least double digits playthrough of Heart Gold, Soul Silver. I've played through Heart Gold, Soul Silver so many times. Donphan's probably just above Sandslash. Honestly, I think he's above Golem too. Stantler, indifferent. Stantler's just weird. He's got a weird design. He's got a fat old face. He's fine. I don't dislike him. I just don't really care for it. I think he's probably about there. Probably about there. Smeargle. Smeargle's probably around here. I think that's a fair placement for Smeargle. Hitmontop. I like it a little bit more than Hitmonchan, but not as much as Hitmonlee. Also, part of that is also, yet again, from Colosseum Gale of Darkness. I forget which one it's in, but the Hitmontop in that game is really good. Like, Intimidate and doubles is super good. He's probably about... Honestly, he probably sits about there. I think I like Tauros a little bit more than Hypno, too. Miltank. Probably about the middle of this tier. I think it's reasonable. Blissey. I would like Blissey more if it wasn't annoying as hell to fight. But it's still probably somewhere in this tier. I think there is reasonable. Now, Raikou, Entei, and Suicune are all going to be very high. This is probably my favorite legendary trio. Raikou is probably around there. Entei is going to be a little bit higher. And then Suicune is going to be a little bit lower. Probably, yeah, not quite in the top tier, but probably right around there. Still pretty high. Then Tyranitar, we finally got a second Pokemon in the top 10. Tyranitar is not number 2, but it's definitely in my top 10 favorites. Again, like Gyarados and Scizor. Like, what can I say about Tyranitar that haven't been said already? It's been one of the best Pokemon in every single gen ever since it was released. It's got a super, super cool design. Rock Dark typing is sick. Sandstream makes it super good on its own and with like Sand Rush users and stuff like that. It's just a solid Pokemon. It's I don't know what else to say. And Lugia is probably up here somewhere. Probably right above Beedrill. And Ho-Oh's going to be a little bit higher. Probably right below Kingdra. Yeah, and then Celebi. Celebi's probably a little bit below Mew. Probably right about there. Okay. Okay, well, on to Gen 3. We have arguably the best trio of starters with Sceptile, Blaziken, and Swampert. Sceptile's probably right about there. And Blaziken's gonna be a little bit higher. Probably right about... Is it there? Yeah, I think it'll be there. And then Swampert is going to be yet another top 5. Swampert is my second favorite starter. Swampert will never be bad, no matter what game it's in. Its stats are too well-rounded. Water Ground type is one of the best dual types ever. It's got a really solid design. It's super, super strong in-game, like for Nuzlocke and whatnot. Like, it gets a really good coverage. Like I said, Water Ground type is already, on its own, super good. Probably a basic choice because of Mudkip, but oh well. Mighty Yenna, I think, could have benefited from a regional variant. Lanoon got one. I feel like Mighty Yenna should have. Or maybe a Mega, but I think a regional variant would have been better. But still probably right around there. And then regular Lanoon is probably a little bit lower. It's probably on the lower end of like, honestly. Maybe not that low. Probably right there, right below Golduck. Beautifly and Dustox. Beautifly's okay. Same with Dustox. Honestly, probably just a little bit higher. Ludicolo. Ludicolo is like one of the most underrated Pokemon ever, in my opinion. He's probably up here somewhere. Probably Blaziken's a little bit higher than that. Blaziken's a lot higher than that. And then Ludicolo is honestly probably like right there. I think Ludicolo's really cool. I really like its design. It's a little bit carried by Mire from Colosseum and Gala Darkness, if I'm being honest. If you don't know who Mire is, look him up. Miror space B. One of the best Pokemon characters ever. His theme is incredible. And he just uses a bunch of Ludicolos. He's a really cool character, but I think Ludicolo's got a really good design. Water Grass typing is really cool. Ludicolo is so good under rain because you can have it be like really bulky with like Assault Vest, Rain Dish, and Giga Drain, or you can have it be like a Life Orb Swift Swim Sweeper. It's got Fake Out. It's like, I understand it's not amazing. Its stats are a little underwhelming, but it's really, really versatile under rain. Like, if you do a draft league and you want to do a rain team, I highly recommend Ludicolo. Because Ludicolo is like, if the person you're going up against doesn't prepare for it, they'll probably get swept by it. Or just beaten by it in general. Like, Ludicolo is like surprisingly strong. That's my sales pitch for the end of the day. Ludicolo and then one more we'll get to eventually are super underrated to me. Shiftry, I used to like Shiftry more than Ludicolo actually, but Shiftry's dropped off a little bit. He's still probably right around there. I think Shiftry's just really cool. But it's kind of bad. If it was better, it'd be higher. Swellow. Swellow's alright. Probably goes about there. Pelipper. I actually really didn't like Pelipper. I thought it had a really boring design. Or not boring design, I just didn't like its design. And I thought it was really bad. And then they give it Drizzle. And Pelipper is like one of the best Pokemon to give Drizzle to. Like, water type stab. Decent bulk, I guess. Okay bulk, okay speed. Water type stab under rain, hurricane, U-turn, tailwind, roost. It's got a lot of utility. It's got defog too. It's got a lot of utility. It's a really, really good rain setter. Using it has made me like it a lot more. And I'm kind of surprised because it probably would have been in dislike before that. It is probably a little bit higher. What? Okay, I know this is from Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, but what? Oh, this is contest music. Okay, that explains a lot. I had no idea what this theme was. I was wondering what the hell this was, because I recognized it, but this is very interesting music for this. Gardevoir is pretty high. Gardevoir is just really cool design, really good. Probably right below Mewtwo. Again, if we were factoring in Megas, it'd probably be a little bit higher. I like Mega Gardevoir a lot more than regular Gardevoir. Masquerain. It's another one. It's decent in Gale of Darkness because of Intimidate, but I think there's better Intimidate users in that game. Namely, you get a fucking Salamence by the end of the game. Which granted, that's really close to the end, so you can't use it for a whole lot of the game, but I don't even know why I'm talking about that. It's not like I'm ranking these based on their usage in Gale of Darkness. But Masquerain is probably right above Dustox and Beautifly, honestly. Breloom is going to be really high, though. I really like Breloom. Breloom's probably, like, right there, honestly. Breloom's super cool. It's surprisingly strong. Remember, I never would have expected Breloom to be that strong. Do I need to turn my light on now? That's better lighting. It's starting to get dark out. Slacking. Slacking's probably on the lower end of this tier. Probably right below Snorlax. And I know everyone says this, but like, give Slacking any other ability and Slacking's broken. Give it Honey Gather. Give it Honey Gather. Give it Ball Fetch. Give it Illuminate. Even Defeatist. At least it can do something. Ninjask. In the lower end of this tier. I think probably about there. Please, for the love of God, don't give Slacking huge power. Like, Honey Gather Slacking is broken. I don't even want to imagine what that thing is like with huge power. I mean, it looks like it probably should have huge power, but it really shouldn't. Slacking get insta-banned. Ninjask I like a little bit more than... Or Shedinja I like a little bit more than Ninjask. It's probably right around there. It's a neat concept in terms of just like the way it works in battle and the way you evolve it. So that's neat. Exploud is another one I wish was just a little bit better. For one, I think Exploud needs to get Punk Rock. Exploud's probably right around there. Or does it get Punk Rock? Or did they give it Punk Rock and I'm just stupid? No, they didn't. Okay, yeah, they really need to give it Punk Rock. Punk Rock, give it a couple more sound moves. Exploud's gonna be super strong. I'm hoping they give it to it eventually. Hariyama. Oh, this is one I forgot about earlier when I was talking about pure fighting types. But I do really like Hariyama. Ignore the stroke I just had. Hariyama's probably right around there. Delcatty. Delcatty's another one I kind of only like because of Gale of Darkness. Normally I'd be indifferent to it. It's probably right below Aerodactyl. Sableye. I think Sableye will go right about there. Maybe... No, I'll put it above Shuckle. Yeah, I think that's a good place. Mawile... Yeah, Mawile's probably... Probably right around there. Yeah, I'm fine with that placement. I don't know, like, Mawile's got a really interesting design, but it's also just kind of underwhelming. Mega Mawile is a really big improvement, though. Like, Mega Mawile's really cool, it's strong as hell, but unfortunately not factoring that in here. Aggron, we have another top 10 Pokemon. Not quite above Tyranitar, but... Yeah, Aggron, I've always really liked Aggron, but specifically, and the thing that probably pushed it into the top 10, if I'm being honest, is my playthrough of Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. Because I had an Aggron that I caught it as an Aeron, and by the time I got to the 3rd gym, it was still an Aeron. And the rest of my team was not catered towards beating Watson's gym, so the rest of my team was dead, and Aeron literally soloed that gym. So I had a pretty promising start with that Aeron, and then by the time I got to Steven, if you played Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, you know Steven has a Mega Metagross, and if you've ever fought a Mega Metagross, you know how broken that Pokemon is. Mega Metagross one-shot everything on my team. And originally I had my Mega Blaziken, but it only did like 60% with a Blaze Kick. Yeah, it was Blaze Kick, not Flare Blitz. And then it one-shot my Blaziken, and then proceeded to one-shot the rest of my team, and my Aggron was the only thing that was able to live a hit. And Aggron was able to fire back and kill it. So that experience kind of solidified Aggron for me in my top 10. Plus, it's like I said, I always really liked it. It's got a super cool design, I think. And Steel Rock is pretty cool typing too. It's got a lot of strengths and a lot of weaknesses. Metacham. Probably right below Starmie, I think. With that, Manectric, also probably in that tier. Probably just below Donphan. Yeah. Plusle and my... I like their design philosophy, but, well, they're one of the more creative Pika clones. I'll give them a little bit more credit than that. Put them right above Wobbuffet. And Plusle above Minun because it's red. That's literally my only reasoning. Volbeat and Illumise. These are probably going to be an indifferent, honestly. Yeah. Probably be just above Stantler. Same thing, Volbeat above Illumise because it's red. Actually, no, because I think Illumise has a better design. Swalot will probably be... there, there. Yeah, I think that's fine. Sharpedo. Probably right above Tentacruel. Wailord. I'm trying to speed this up, by the way. That's why I'm trying to talk about Pokemon less, unless they're really high. Wailord. Probably just above Marowak, I think. Camerupt is another one. I think Fire Ground type is really cool. But it doesn't need to be on a slow Pokemon. Primal Groudon's an exception because Primal Groudon is like one of the most broken Pokemon ever. But even Primal Groudon's not that slow. But Fire Ground needs to be on a fast Pokemon. But I really like Camerupt, but it's a shame it's not better. It's probably just below Umbreon, but it would be a lot higher if it was better. Torkoal, probably just above Delcatty. Grumpig. Probably just above Smeargle. Spinda, I'm honestly kind of indifferent to. It's got a neat design, but I don't particularly care for it. It's probably... yeah, probably right about there. Flygon is a very cool Pokemon that was almost immediately invalidated next generation by Garchomp existing. But I still really like Flygon. Flygon's probably... yeah, probably right about there. Cacturne. Another example of a Pokemon with a typing that caters towards a fast Pokemon that's slow as hell. Grassdark is an awful type defensively. Yeah, you're probably right about there. Altaria is gonna be kinda low. If I were factoring in Mega Altaria, it'd be pretty damn high. I really like Mega Altaria, but regular Altaria is super underwhelming to me. It's fine. I'm giving it too much of a hard time. It's probably... honestly, it's probably like just below Blissey. Zangoose. Zangoose is really cool. I just wish it was a little bit better. I feel like I'm going to say that a lot. I already have said that a lot, and I feel like I'm probably going to say that a lot more. I think it's honestly probably just above Kingler. Seviper. Do not like as much as Zangoose. Is it in the same tier, though? Honestly, probably no. I think it's probably right around there. Lunatone and Solrock. I think they're cool. They're probably not too special, though. Probably right around there. I think I like Lunatone a little bit more than Solrock. Wishcash. Wishcash is probably the worst water ground type Pokemon, right? So we've got what? Swampert is probably the best one. There's Seismitoad, Gastrodon, Quagsire. I think that's it, right? Those 4 plus Wishcash? Swampert, Seismitoad, Quagsire, Gastrodon, Wishcash. I think that's it. Yeah, Wishcash is probably the worst one. But I mean, I still like it. I'm just thinking out loud. Wishcash should probably right about there. Crawdaunt. Crawdaunt's another I didn't really... I liked it a lot more after using it in competitive because Crawdaunt is strong as hell with adaptability. Crawdaunt, honestly, you probably go there. Yeah, I'm fine with that for Crawdaunt. Claydol. That's another one I wish was a little bit better. I think Ground Psychic is really cool. You're probably right above Pidgeot. Cradily. I think you're right about Golem. And then Armaldo is going to be a little bit higher than that. Probably right above Pelipper. Milotic. It's probably going to be right above Exploud, I think. Yeah. Castform. I am scarred by Castform. If you don't play Pokemon Go and you didn't play during the Lotad day, you will never understand. Basically, there was a day where they released Shiny Lotad and Shiny Castform on the same day, and they very heavily advertised Lotad, like the focus of the day was Lotad. But they also threw in Castform. And me and a bunch of friends were out all day for that, just hanging out playing that. And we probably maybe got like 5 or 6 shiny Lotads each. We got over 20 shiny Castforms each. It is to the point that whenever we shiny check a Castform and it's not shiny, we all say safe. Because it was so bad. Like, we got over 100 shiny Castforms collectively between the group of us. We were so tired of them by the end of the day. And we're still scared to click on them. But I still don't dislike Castform. I still think it's got a neat design. I just don't think it's anything special. Probably be a little bit higher if it wasn't for the Lotad day. That was very scarring for all of us involved. You're probably right there, Castform. Kecleon. Probably a little bit lower. Probably right around there. Bayonet. Probably between Torkoal and Wishcash, I think. Tropius. Tropius is honestly kind of in the same boat as Camerupt to me. I like Camerupt a little bit more. But of just interesting typing, way too slow. And I wish it was better. I think it's really cool. Chimek. Yeah. That's all we're getting on Chimecho. Absol. Absol, probably right above Manectric. I probably don't like Absol as much as everyone else does. I think Absol is a little overrated, but it's still a really cool Pokemon. And, like, I think it's overrated, but, like, I get it. I mean, I have Gyarados this high. So. Glalie. Speaking of hot takes, I actually like Glalie more than Frostlass. I don't know why. I have zero problem with Frostlass. I still really like Frostlass. I really like Glalie, and I couldn't tell you why. Probably right there. No, not above Sceptile, I don't think. Walrein. Yet another slow water ice type. Although I do really like Walrein. It's probably my favorite of the bunch. I think you're probably just above Celebi. Huntail and I'm kind of indifferent to Huntail and Gorbis too. They're fine, but they're not anything special. They're towards the higher end of indifferent. Honestly, they're probably at the top of indifferent. I think Gorbis a little bit higher than Huntail. Relicanth is pretty cool. It's pretty damn slow. You're probably above Wailord. Oh, we got Wailord and Relicanth right next to each other, huh? About to get to the Reggies. Ironic. Luvdisc is also probably indifferent. Probably right about there. Salamence is very high. As I said, most pseudos would be. Probably just below Feraligatr. And Metagross is going to be another top 10. Metagross, Steel Psychic type, amazing stats. 4 move slot syndrome. It's got an incredible move set. Steel Psychic type is super good. Super awesome design. I feel like I'm gonna end up doing that for quite a few of my top 10 because my top 10 are all probably pretty popular picks. Except for one of them, probably. One of them is probably pretty unpopular, but we'll talk about that when we get there. Regirock is actually my favorite of the Reggies. I don't know how popular of an opinion that is. But you're probably just above Blastoise. And Regice is probably my least favorite, but I still think it's really cool. Honestly, probably about there. And then Registeel can be a little bit higher. Probably not too much higher, though. Latios is also probably going to be in that same tier. Yeah, we'll go with there. And then Latios is Honestly, probably gonna be right next to Latios. Yeah, right below Groudon. I'm fine with that. Then Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza are all going to be very high. They're three of my favorite legendaries. Kyogre, yeah, Kyogre's probably right about there. Groudon is, in fact, my favorite legendary. Groudon's probably right about there. And then Rayquaza. I think Rayquaza's probably just below Kyogre and Nidoqueen. I'll go with that. Jirachi, I really like Jirachi. I think I like it more than Mew and Celebi. We'll go there. And then Deoxys is super cool. I just wish you could get it in the games more. But that kind of that way about all the mythicals, honestly. Honestly, I like Deoxys probably right about there. On to Gen 4. Not even halfway done. I've been here for 2 hours, dear God. I might have to take like a 5-minute break. Once we're done with Gen 4. So I gotta use the bathroom. Torterra. Torterra was actually my original choice. It's probably... We'll go there for Torterra. And Fernape is now my favorite. Fernape's also probably all the way up here, but probably not quite as high as Blaziken. Well... I actually don't know. I think I like it a tad more than Blaziken, actually. I think we'll put it there. Yeah, that seems about fair to me. Then the Empoleon. It's my least favorite, but still pretty high up there. Probably right about there. Staraptor. Oh, another motorcycle. On one hand, I really wish I started later so we wouldn't be getting motorcycle. Granted, we've only got 2 throughout this stream, so it's not too bad. But on the other hand, if I had started later, we're already 2 hours in, and we're not even through Gen 4 yet. We're just starting Gen 4, so... We shall see. Staraptor was my favorite Route 1 bird, actually, for a while. I think it's probably right about there. The barrel, I think, gets a little too much crap for what it is. It's actually not a terrible Pokemon. I know it's, like, derpy, but normal water is, like, not a bad type. And it's, like, the perfect HM slave. It's really helpful for getting through Gen 4, honestly. Like, as an HM slave and just in battle, it's pretty good coverage. I'll put it right about there. Kricketune, I'm only not indifferent to it because of its cry. So you'll go... You'll go there. Luxray, I think... Luxray is another one. I have super mixed feelings about Luxray because Luxray is really cool, but why would you ever use it other than you just want to? Like, it doesn't really bring anything special to the table. It's like, I feel like I think it's one could have benefited from a regional variant, or maybe another ability, or just a slight stat buff, or maybe like a secondary typing. Like, I know a lot of people want it to be Electric Dark or something like that. It doesn't need a lot. It just needs a little bit to be useful. I have really mixed feelings about Luxray. But it's still a really cool design, so I won't rank it very low at all. That'd just be unfair. No, I don't think it's quite above Donphan. Roserade. Roserade's pretty high. Probably. Yeah, probably right above Explode. Rampardos. Like the most one-trick Pokemon ever. You better be running Choice Band or nothing else. Still a really cool design, but I just wish it wasn't bad. It probably goes right next to Muck. And Bastiodon. Bastiodon's like a slow wall Pokemon, like without really any support. I mean, it's got like Stealth Rock and Toxic. And I think it has Roar too, but like, don't like 10 other Pokemon get all 3 of those moves and do Bastiodon's job way better? Like, Hippowdon comes to mind. Like, I'm pretty sure it doesn't have Roar, but it's got Whirlwind. Oh, and I think music just ended. Let's just go to black and white music. Oops, wrong tab. There we go. So, Bastiodon, probably about there. It's still a neat design. It's just kind of underwhelming using it. Wormadam is going to be indifferent. I like the 3 different cloaks, but that doesn't really help it. At least for me. It's still probably right about there. Motham's cool. It's a bit more interesting. Despite not having 3 different forms like Wormadam does, I think Mothim is just more interesting in general. Probably right about there. And Vespiquen, I wish was better, but I still really like it. I think it's got a super cool design. I think all 3 of its unique moves are really cool. Honestly, it'd probably be up here if it was usable. Well, I mean, every Pokemon's usable, but if it were better. But it's probably in this tier somewhere, probably right below Snorlax. Pachirisu is still before the Pika clones started to get bad, so I'll give it a pass. It's one of the better ones. I'll put you right about there. Floatzel. Floatzel, I really liked Floatzel when I played through Gen 4 originally, but it's sort of fallen off for me a little bit, but I still really like it. It's probably on the lower end of that tier. Probably just below Poliwrath. Actually, no, just below Sableye. Cherim. Admittedly, was kind of indifferent to Cherrim. I liked its design with Flower Gift. I preferred Flower Gift Cherrim a lot more. But overall, I was just kind of indifferent to it. But Dynamax Adventures. Holy crap, that Cherrim is super, super good. Easily one of the best Pokemon in Dynamax Adventures. I end up getting it all the time. Yeah, Cherrim, I imagine Cherrim's probably broken there too. Like, my appreciation for Cherrim is recent, but it's pretty good. Honestly, you're probably just above Luxray. Red Orb Cherrim. That sounds interesting. Wait, how does that even work? Does it get... Well, I guess it would get Flower Gift from that, huh? Does it get the Red Orb increased stats? Or would that just be like in the Mix and Mega format? Gastrodon. Gastrodon I had a bit of like an up and down with. Like it was probably around like somewhere like between these two tiers. Then at one point I started to like it a bit more, probably up closer to like the top of this tier. And now it's about back down to this. So I think it's probably about there. It gets the stats and the fire type. So that's like Stab Weather Ball. Stab Solar Beam Weather Ball. Man, what takes Grass Fire coverage other than like a Dragon type? Nothing, right? I guess it's like a... Yeah, no, Grass and Fire cover each other really well other than Dragon. Other than like opposing fire types, I guess. But even then, you're not weak to fire. You can just run like HP Ground or something. Ambipom. Man, I have like the most specific memory of Ambipom. Like, I got one on like from someone else's like trainer card or whatever in Battle Revolution back when that was a game. So I had an Ambipom in my box, and that Ambipom was super broken in that game. Like, I don't know what it was about that Ambipom in particular, but it was super strong in that game. Like, it had like T-Wave, so it had like good support, and then it had like 3 other attacks, I think, and it did a lot of damage, and the paralysis was really good. I don't know why it in particular was so much better than the rest of my Pokemon, but I remember that very specifically. It was like a Japanese Ambipom. I don't know, that's a very specific memory, I know, which is really weird, but it makes me think of Ambipom a little bit more fondly. He's probably right there. Drifblim. Honestly, I'm not too crazy about Drifblim. Although that's probably what most people are, right? It's a neat design. It's fine. It's still probably around here. There's nothing special. I think right there is suitable. Lopunny, alright, people are about to think I'm a furry, but Lopunny's going in this tier. Probably right above Slowbro. So, PSA, not a furry, just, part of it is because of Mega Lopunny, but in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, I explained this when I did the Shinies, actually, in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, I did a lot of competitive breeding. Like, I did a lot of, like, in-game competitive, and I bred for everything I used. And I had one team where I really wanted to run a... Let me move my mic a little bit. I really wanted to use a Megalopony. Sorry, just readjusting my mic. And, so I did a lot of breeding for a Baneri to get a 5IV Jolly one. And by the time I finally got a 5IV Jolly one, that one ended up being shiny. So that was a crazy moment, and I ended up using it a lot because of that, and Lopunny sort of skyrocketed. And like I said, a big part of it is because of Megalopony, but just in general, like I've started to really like Lopunny a lot more because of that. Mismagius. Now, I know one of my friends that would rank Mismagius very, very highly. Like, up here high. I'm not going to rank it that high, but still gonna be fairly high. Probably right there. Honchkrow is really cool. Honchkrow's honestly probably like right about there, right next to Crawdaunt. Honchkrow's super awesome. Purugly, I used to dislike Purugly. I'd say I'm just indifferent to it now. Design doesn't bother me as much. It's honestly not that bad. Yeah, it's probably right about there. Same with Skuntank, although I used to be indifferent to Skuntank, but now I kinda like it. It's probably right about there. Bronzong. Somewhere around here, probably. Right? I think right there is fair. Chatot is another I'm kind of indifferent to. It's a neat design. You can make it fucking scream with its cry, which is hilarious, but it's just nothing special to me. Spiritomb. Huh. Correct me if I'm wrong, Marcus. Was Spiritomb your favorite Pokemon, or was Giratina? It was one of those two, right? Assuming you're still here. Spiritomb's pretty high. I wish it was a little bit better, but it's a really cool design. Okay, so Giratina then Spiritomb. Got it. Unless there's another legendary in between those two, I guess. Probably right about there for me. And then, Garchomp. Again, Garchomp is probably a little overrated, but what can I say? Garchomp, I always thought Garchomp was cool, and then I started using it in competitive, particularly in draft format, and it made me fall in love with it, and it has quickly become one of my favorite Pokemon. Just Dragon Ground type is super, super good. Garchomp is a massive threat offensively. It can tank super well. In a draft league, a friend of mine had a Slurpuff, and I had no counter to Belly Drum Unburdened Slurpuff. So I did Rough Skin Rocky Helmet Garchomp with just enough investment to deal minimum 50% with an Earthquake. The rest into HP and defense. And I killed something with Garchomp. He set in Slurpuff. He belly drummed in my face. I Earthquaked. Did exactly... No, I did 75... No. How much... The fuck am I... No, yeah, I did exactly 50%. Like, I got a min roll, but that was what I accounted for. He citrus berried up 75. Belly drummed, went down to 25. Play roughed, hit me. Rough skin Rocky Helmet did exactly enough to kill him. And then I ended up winning that fight because of that. Exactly as planned. And I think that was like the big turning point moment for me and Garchomp, but like I said, it's Garchomp. It's extremely good. Super good typing, super cool design. Personal history with it, I don't know what else to say. Garchomp's just a super good Pokemon. Being a super good Pokemon, although I think Lucario's on the overrated side. Still really cool, though. Probably right below Snorlax, I think. Darkrai's actually are also my second favorite legendary. Honestly, it was my favorite legendary for a while. Hippowdon. Much more of an appreciation for Hippowdon in recent years. It's probably on like the low end of this tier though. But Hippowdon is super cool. And it's really good. Drapion is yet another I wish was just a little faster. Poison Dark type, super good. Really cool design. Decent move pool. It's just a really solid Pokemon. I just wish it was a little bit better. Honestly, it's probably a little bit higher than Lucario. Probably just above Lucario. Toxicroak. Another one, super unique typing, really good. That same draft format I was just talking about, like that same league that I fought against my friend at the Slurpuff with the Garchomp. I had a rain team, and Toxicroak was like a niche pick I had because of dry skin. I ran like a sub Swords Dance, Poison Jab, Drain Punch, Black Sledge dry skin set, and I only brought it to like 2 battles. Between, because there were 8 of us, so I only brought it against 2 people out of 7. Because the rest of them had really good counters for it. But those 2 people had no counters for it, and it's literally 6-0'd their team. Well, I didn't 6-0 them because I lost a Pokemon before that. But, like, it single-handedly took out most of their team. So Toxicroak's really cool. I think he's probably, like, just below Honchkrow. Carnivine. Honestly, Carnivine's got a neat design, but I'm kind of indifferent to it. Excuse me, it's probably just below Dugtrio. Lumineon I'm also kind of indifferent to. I think Lumineon might be the most forgettable Pokemon to me. Every time I see it, I'm like, oh yeah. I think this will probably be at the bottom of indifferent here just because of that. Abomasnow I really like. I think Abomasnow is really cool Pokemon, really cool typing. I just wish slow ice types weren't bad, and I wish hail wasn't bad. But it's probably just below Moltres, I think. A reasonable place for it. Weavile. Huh. Weavile's probably right there. I think is fair. Magnezone is gonna be really high. Magnezone's probably right about here, honestly. I think Magnezone is super sick. And spoiler alert, now that we're getting into the big section of Gen 4 Evos, I think most of these are really cool. I really like a lot of these. And I say that as soon as we get to one I'm not super fond of. Licky's alright. It's an improvement on an already weird design. It's probably right about there. Rhyperior is going to be very, very high. Rhyperior is probably, like, I think right about there. I know there's some people that really don't like Rhyperior, like they think it's terrible compared to Rhydon. I think Rhyperior is way cooler than Rhydon. I really, really like Rhyperior. Tangrowth is another one. It's still really simple, but it's really cool. It's not as high as Rhyperior, but I think that's fair. Electivire. Anyone remembers the one unpopular one I mentioned earlier? This is it. Electivire is in fact my second favorite Pokemon, and honestly, I could not tell you why. I don't know what in particular it is about it, but I really love Electivire. I just think it's super cool. I think in the right situation, it can be really, really strong. Like, it can be really threatening. I understand it's not great most of the time, but I think in the right situation, it can be a really dangerous Pokemon. I don't know. Like, I really don't know what it is about Electivire in particular, but I've always really, really loved it. So we've got my top 3. We're still waiting on number 4. But that'll be here in a little while. Magmortar. Magmortar's probably just above Skarmory. And Togekiss, probably not too much higher. Excuse me. I think Togekiss is just above Houndoom. Actually, it's probably above Politoed too. Yanmega. Really should have been Bug Dragon, but I still really love Yanmega. Yanmega's super cool. Yanmega's probably like here, honestly. Leafeon. It's gonna be below Vaporeon and Espeon. Still above Flareon. Probably below Umbreon. Probably right about here, I think. And Glaceon is going to be a little bit higher. I think there's fair. Gliscor is going to be really high. Gliscor is a super awesome Pokemon. Gliscor honestly might be here. Yeah, I think Gliscor is going to go there. Gliscor is super, super cool, and it's really good, too. Like, it's rare to find that combination of power, speed, and bulk on a Pokemon. Gliscor is really fast, it's got really solid bulk, it's pretty damn strong. Poison Heal is a super, super good ability. And it's just super cool. Like, you can't tell me Gliscor is not a really cool design. And it's ground flying type. Ground flying type is super good. And yet another really high ground type, Mamoswine. Mamoswine's probably right about here, just below Infernape. Mamoswine's another one. Ground ice type, super, super good. One of the strongest ice types, honestly, because it's not slow as shit. It's actually got decent speed. It's really damn strong. Got 2 really good abilities in Thick Fat and Oblivious. And I think it's a really cool design. I've heard some people think it's ugly, but they're wrong. Porygon Z, yet another one that's going to be rather high. I don't think it's going to be quite in this tier, but probably go right about there, right below Yanmega. Gallade. Yet another one. It's going to be rather high. Probably going to be... Right? I think we'll go there. Yeah, I think that's fair. Probopass. Maybe a little bit higher than Licky Licky. There we go. I think that's fair. Dusknoir. Oh, I love Dusknoir's design. I love Dusknoir's design. I think Dusknoir's design is super cool. I think Dusknoir in Mystery Dungeon is one of the best antagonists in a Pokemon game. I think he's really interesting. And he's really cool to fight against. His fight's really hard. I just wish Dusknoir was better. Dusknoir really needed to be better. It needed the same treatment Porygon Z got, or Porygon 2, it lost a lot of bulk when it evolved to Porygon Z, but it got a lot faster and a lot stronger. I think Dusknoir needed the same thing. I don't think it needs to be that slow. And the increase into its bulk, like Dusclops, Eviolite Dusclops is bulker. Or bulky, bulker. It's bulkier. Like, it needed more of a shift from bulk to strength than it got. And like, I still have hope. I doubt it will get its stat changed at this point. But I'm holding out hope. Maybe a Gigantamax, or if they bring back Megas, maybe a Mega Dusknoir or something. But it's like Dusknoir is like so close to being to this like high tier for me. It's like honestly probably around here. It's, I think there. It's just the fact that it's pretty much just outclassed by Dusclops because it didn't get enough of a shift in its stats. If it got proper stats, it's like super high. If only. Oh boy, Driftville City. I don't have a cat jam to... Wait, maybe I can make one. Is OBS actually gonna let me do this? Oh god. I'm so glad OBS lets me do this. What do you think, Marcus? Do you think this is a permanent addition? At least while Driftville City's playing. It's not in sync, though. That's the only bad part. I don't know if I can change that, though. I'm gonna leave it regardless, but... I didn't think I was gonna be able to do that fast. That's amazing. Alright, Frostlass. Frostlass will probably go right above Slacking. Oh, I spent so much time on that. Driftville City ended. Hold on, let me rewind it to that. There we go. Rotom. I actually think Rotom's really cool. Which, I say that like that's a hot take. I think most people think Rotom's pretty cool. Where would I place it, though? Honestly, I would like it a lot more For one, if like base Rotom were better, because there's pretty much no reason to run it, and then if Rotom Fan wasn't a flying type with Levitate. I think there's a ROM hack that gave Rotom Fan specifically speed boost. I think that'd be really interesting. I can't stop cat jamming now. Uxie. Uxie's probably my least favorite of the Lake Trio. Probably put it... Yeah, we'll put it there. Mesprit is probably my second favorite. It's probably not too much higher. Probably right around Articuno. And Azoff's my favorite. Admittedly not by much. Probably still below Galarian Articuno, but... Oh my god, the cat jam's in sync. Well, not quite. It just got out of sync the moment I said that. I shouldn't have said a word. Dialga. I think Dialga's right below Torterra. And then Palkia is honestly probably right below Dialga. Yeah, I'll go with that. Heatran... Probably not going to be quite that high. Honestly, probably going to be like at the top of this tier. For the time being, at least. Regigigas, I think, is super awesome. I just wish it was, like, usable outside of with Galarian Weezing. But I hate motorcycles. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. Hopefully it didn't get picked up too loud. That one was really loud. I think I'm making a baby Heatran. Maybe? That'd explain why it randomly has both genders. Gigas is probably right below Blastoise. And Giratina is honestly probably just above Dialga and Palkia, yeah. Cresselia... I think it's probably just above Shiftry. I'm doing Fion and Manaphy because Fion doesn't technically evolve into Manaphy. But Fion is like, is okay. Yeah, Fion can go there. Manaphy's a bit better. That's too low for Manaphy. Honestly, it's probably close to Celebi. Probably a little bit higher. Yeah, we'll go with that. Darkrai, as I said earlier, used to be my favorite legendary. It's probably still really close. It's probably just above Entei. Shaman. Honestly, I'm kind of indifferent to Shaman. It's okay. It's a little hedgehog. he chillin'. It's on the higher end. This is still a good design. And Arceus. I know it's Arceus before anyone in the chat comes at me for that. I have no idea how many people are actually in chat. It's probably not that many. No one probably cares, but just in case. Okay, that is it for Gen 4. We've still got 5 through 8. I am going to take a break for a bit. I'll leave these on the screen. I'll leave the top few. I'm going to turn off my webcam. I'll leave Cat Jam here. Can I add text? Yes, I can. This font sucks. Is Comic Sans on here? That'll be bad. Yeah. Just make this as bad as possible. Can I change the goddamn size? To resize that. Oh, yeah, okay. Let me change that to shortly. Doing some live editing, folks. There we go, that's nice and terrible. Okay, yes, I will be back in probably like 5 minutes. Hope everyone enjoyed the Cat Jam and Conic Sans for the time being. Specifically, the Comic Sans and the smiley face. Tried to make it look as shitty as possible. How much time is left in this? Okay. Okay. So, let me... Before we start, or get back into it rather, Victini. Victini's alright. Probably a little bit higher than Celebi and Manaphy. Probably still below Skarmory though. Superior. And as much as I love Gen 5, and I think Gen 5's the best gen, this is probably the worst gen for starters. Superior is probably just about there. Emboar. Probably about there. Samurott. Somewhere between the two of them, probably. Probably just above Victini. Hey Daniel, were you in time to see just the Cat Jam, or the Cat Jam, holding down the fort on the stream before I got back? I mean, he's still there in the corner, but I went to take 5 and I just put the Cat Gem where my webcam is. Watchog. He's like just barely not indifferent. Stoutland's a little bit higher though. Stoutland's pretty cool. Stoutland also gets Sand Rush for some reason, which I don't quite understand, but it's an interesting pick on sand teams. Like another draft format I did, I had a sand team and I had a Stoutland as like a niche pick. I usually just ran like Choice Band Retaliate as like a revenge killer, which it did a decent job. Probably just below Banette. Liepard. Probably a little bit below Stoutland. Probably right below Delcatty. Simisage, Simisear, and Simipour. Simisage is definitely my favorite. Probably just below Spiritomb, honestly. Simisear is my least favorite. Although I still do like it. Probably not super high, though. Probably, like, just below Rapidash. And then Simipour in the middle. It's a little bit better. It's probably... And no, I don't think it's above Samurott. It's probably, like... Honestly, it's probably right behind Samurott. Musharna. Musharna's interesting. I feel like Musharna should have been a Psychic Surge Pokemon. Like, it strikes me as something that should have gotten Psychic Surge. I think that would have been interesting if it had gotten it. Oh, yeah, right. You would have missed the disclaimer, Daniel. The asterisk every Pokemon. I'm ranking every fully evolved Pokemon. I am not ranking... I think Musharna will go there. All of the not fully evolved Pokemon are down here, because I'm not going to be ranking those. I'm also not ranking Gigantamaxes or Megas, because those are in like a separate boat, in my opinion. but I don't want to rank the not fully evolved Pokemon because I don't really feel particularly strong about very many of them, if at all. And for me, it's hard for me to, for example, to rank Bulbasaur up against Ivysaur or Venusaur. So if I did these would also be a separate thing. I'll probably do Dynamax and Megas next, though. Not tonight, because I've already been doing this for like 2.5 hours, but... Unpheasant... Probably just above Indifferent. Pretty much only because of male Unpheasant. If it was just female Unpheasant, I'd be indifferent to it. It's probably... Excuse me, right about there. Zebstrika. Probably on like the higher end of this tier. Probably right above Hypno. Gigalith. It's pretty cool. Pretty much just outclassed by Tyranitar, but Gigalith's still really cool. Probably right about there too. Swoobat. Huh. Probably just above Sunflora. I mean, Gigalith's pretty good. Like, now that it has Sandstream, it's a lot tankier. It's a pretty good support mon. It's not like... Because Tyranitar is like a good sand setter, a good support mon, and it's really strong. Gigalith is pretty much... Like, it's all of that, but just a little bit weaker. And it doesn't have the same coverage Tyranitar does, but it's still pretty good on its own. Like, if you're looking to use like a weather team like below OU, Gigalith's not a bad sand setter. Speaking of sand, Excadrill. Excadrill's pretty high. Probably right above Dragonite, honestly. I don't think it's quite in the top tier. Audino. Man. I like Audino, but it's bad. It still probably goes right about here. Conkeldurr. I really, really like Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr's like just below Kingdra. And Seismitoad. I said the same thing about Ludicolo earlier. I'll say the same thing about Seismitoad. I think Seismitoad is one of the most underrated Pokemon. It's a water ground type, so it's already got that going for it. It's got really well-rounded stats. It's got like pretty average speed, but I mean it's got Swift Swim if you want to do that. But it's got reasonable bulk. It's reasonably strong in both attack and special attack. It's got a very versatile move pool. It can be really offensive. It can be really supportive. It's really strong under rain because of like Swift Swim. Like I said, it's got water absorb, so it hard counters water types. Seismitoad is really good, and I think people really underrate it. And I think people started to really notice that once Sword and Shield first released and Dracovish didn't really have any counters. People started running like water absorb Seismitoad to counter it, and then people started to realize how good Seismitoad was. But Seismitoad is definitely going to be up here. It's probably right about there. I think Seismitoad is super, super underrated. It's less so this gen, because like I said, people are starting to realize how good it is, but... Yeah, Excadrill's honestly really close, and I might bump it up later, depending on, like, how big this tier gets, or how small this tier ends up being, but we'll see. Throw, I think, is... It's alright. I like it more than Hitmonchan, which is its equivalent. Still probably not too high though. It's probably right around there. And then Sock, I like less so than Throw. Definitely less than Hitmonlee. Where is Hitmonlee actually? I thought it was in this tier. Oh, there it is. Okay. But Sock is probably like probably right there. Leavanny. I used to like Leavanny more than I do now, but I still really like it. Well, it's probably like there, I think there's fair. Scolipede is badass. It's not quite up here, I don't think, but Scolipede is super cool. It's probably just above Blastoise, I think. Whimsicott. Probably like right there. Lilligant is going to be very, very high. I have a real soft spot for Lilligant. I'm not entirely sure why. But I've always really, really liked Lilligant. I think it's like just above Zapdos. I wish it was better. It pretty much only does one thing. And it doesn't even do it that well, but I still love Lilligant. Basculin. Where in indifferent are you gonna go? Yeah, we'll go about there. Crocodile is gonna be really high. Crocodile is awesome. Ground Dark is really cool. That's a really dangerous combination offensively. It's got two really good abilities in Intimidate and Moxie. It's really strong. It's really, really strong. It's reasonably fast. It's got a really good move pool. It's probably like right around Infernape. I think we'll go right above Infernape. And Darmanitan is also going to be really, really high. Okay, I know Anger Point let us one-shot a Mesprit. Unfortunately, Anger Point is not that good. I think there is reasonable for Darmanitan. And Galarian Darmanitan. This thing broke Sword and Shield when it first came out. Galarian Darmanitan is dummy strong. He's not quite as high as regular Darmanitan for me. He's probably right about there. Maractus. Yeah, I'm probably indifferent to Maractus. Crustle. Crustal's probably right about here. Scrafty. Actually, really, really like Scrafty. Where do you go? I think you're gonna be just above Crawdont. Got 3 dark types right next to each other. Nice. Sigilyph. Honestly, I'm kind of indifferent to Sigilyph too. It's interesting, but it just doesn't jump out at me that much. Cofagrigus is really cool, although, spoiler alert, I like Renrigus a little bit more. But it's still probably in like the high end of this tier, honestly. Yeah, we'll go with just above Sharpedo. Caracosta. I think that takes a little bit high. I'll go with right there. Nope. Right there for Carcosta. Thought Jirachi would have been higher. How come? I mean, it's the highest of the Pixies right now. But I've never particularly been super crazy about Jirachi. Archeops, again, like Regigigas and Slacking, give it any other ability, this Pokemon's busted. But it's still really cool. So why does it need Defeatist? Put it right above Staraptor. Garbodor is also pretty underrated. If you've never used Garbodor, you should. Garbodor's pretty good. And its design is not as bad as people say it is. Put Garbodor right there. Zoroark. I probably don't like as much as most people do. But it's still really cool. I think it's probably like just below Abomasnow. Chinchino. This thing's also pretty damn broken in Dynamax Adventures, honestly. But it's not really enough to me to put it that high. We'll go right above Floatzel. Also, what part of Black and White is this from? Because this is depressing. Oh, this is the ending. That explains a lot. Well, here, we've got 3 minutes before this ends, so I will take suggestions for what we should listen to next. Preferably Pokemon, but anything from video games, honestly, is fine. Chinchino's cool. Like, it's alright. It's just nothing special to me. Like I said, it is pretty damn good in Dynamax Adventures. Gothitelle. Gothitelle's probably not too high. We'll go right above Wishcash, I think. No, we'll go right below Banette. Reuniclus, though, I like Reuniclus a lot more. Reuniclus, cute, and he's bulky as hell. I think he's just above Rotom. Swanna, I'm kind of indifferent to Swanna. Although, I did just start playing Pokemon Masters like 2 weeks ago, and Skyla and her Swanna are really good in that game. I've been using her a lot, so why did this last part get so loud? So Swanna's not going to be indifferent. It'll be a little bit higher than that. We'll go right below Tauros. How much time's left? We got a minute. Anyone got any suggestions before I throw in something random? Vanillux. I think honestly will probably be like just below Bronzong. Saucebuck. I feel like I should like it more than I do. Also, another train. Hopefully it's not getting picked up. It's like Saucebuck's probably only like here. Emolga is still one of the better Pika clones, but still not great. Where's Pachirisu? Okay, Pachirisu's here, so Emolga's gonna be below that. Although, It is actually a different type, which is something. I'll put it above Pachirisu, actually. Put it right there. Alright, no one suggested anything, so... Risk of Rain 2 OST it is. Probably surprising no one. Alright, Escavalier. Escavalier is really cool. Not quite as cool as Scizor, but it's still pretty good. It's gonna be just above Registeel. Let me turn this up a little bit. There we go. I still have Cat Jam. This doesn't really fit the music anymore. Hold on. I'll turn Cat Jam off. I'll put something a bit more fitting. Especially since we're listening to the Risk of Rain soundtrack. There we go. Acrid will be joining us. Yeah. Amoonguss. Amoonguss is probably like right about here. I think Amoonguss is pretty cool. I just realized I was in the wrong tab. Jellicent is probably not too high. I need to turn this music down. There we go, that should be fine. Jellicent, I think that's reasonable for Jellicent. Alomomola. Probably a little bit higher than Jellicent. This train is still going by the way. I really hope this isn't getting picked up. I think Alomomola will go there. Galvantula. That's going to be rather high. Is that going to be up here? I think it will be. Yeah. I think it's going to be just above Slowbro. Galvantula is super cool. Ferrothorn is also going to be rather high. Probably right there. Klinklang. Probably going to be on the low end of this tier. Probably like, yeah, just above Shiftry. Electros is also going to be rather high. Probably going to be like just above Ferrothorn. Probably right about there. Beheeyem. Beheeyem's neat. It's not going to be super high though. Probably going to be right about there. I need to turn this down again. There we go. That's better. Wait, which one's the goat, Marcus? Chandelure is going to be very high. Chandelure is probably going to be up here. Oh yeah, Electros is badass. It's just really versatile. Like, it's got decent bulk, decent speed, solid attack and special attack. It's got an insane move pool. I think it just needs to be a little bit faster. If it was a little bit faster, that thing would be a monster. Just a super versatile electric type with no weakness. Are you kidding me? Haxorus. Top 10 Mon right there. I think he's probably on the low end. Yeah, yeah, I think Haxorus will be right there. But yes, Haxorus is one of my 10 favorites. Beartic. Probably right above Golem. Cryogonal. Cryogonal's probably not too high, honestly. Probably right above Emolga. A Selgor is also really cool. Where's a Scavalier? Because he's not quite as high as a Scavalier. There's a Scavalier. Is he still in this tier, though? I think it is. I think it's just below Slowking. Stunfisk. Yeah, the Beartic in Dynamax Adventures is terrible. Well, it's not terrible. It's really bad. But Beartic in general is really good. Not really good. It's good. Like, Slush Rush Beartic is actually kind of scary. Stunfisk is probably going to be in this tier for its typing alone. It's probably just not going to be very high. I think it's going to be right there. And Galarian Stunfisk. It's creative. No, I don't think I'm gonna put it in dislike. Yeah, I don't think I can put it in dislike. Magikarp is not being ranked because I'm not ranking not fully evolved Pokemon. Just because I've already been here for 3 hours and I'm only almost done with Gen 5. Mienshao is going to be really high. Mienshao is really fucking cool. I don't know where that fuck came from. I've been pretty tame so far. Mienshao's probably like right here. Magikarp, probably somewhere in this tier. Honestly, actually no, probably somewhere in this tier. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. For Magikarp. Druddigon. Druddigon's cool. I think it's was just kind of some lost potential, honestly. I think Druddigon could be cooler, but it just didn't really get anything. I think it's another one that could benefit from a regional variant. I'm almost done with Gen 5, so I haven't gotten to Greninja yet, but Greninja's going to be pretty high. Yeah, Druddigon's probably somewhere around here. I think probably right about there. Golurk. Golurk is so close to getting into my top 10. And if it was any better than it is, it would absolutely be there. But it is just barely edged out by Haxorus. But I love Golurk so much. I think it's got a super cool design. Ghost ground type is really cool. It is so close to being in my top 10. And like I said, if it was just a little bit better so I could use it more, it would probably be up there. Almost certainly. Bisharp is going to be pretty high. He's probably going to be somewhere around here. One Ferrothorn, one Gallade. Nah, actually not quite one Gallade. It's right there. Bouffalant. Don't know why I said Bouffalant like that. Bouffalant's probably somewhere around here. Bouffalant's cool. Bouffalant's kind of like this Tauros. It's just like super strong. Like unexpectedly. It's gonna be just above Jellicent. Bouffalant, Bouffin. Braviary. Braviary is gonna be pretty high. Braviary is cool. If you're from the US and you don't like Braviary, are you really from the US? Fellas. I think Braviary is gonna be right there. Mandibuzz is going to be a little bit lower than Braviary. Probably right about there. Heatmore. Marcus, if you want to... I feel like you've probably been waiting this whole time to say the thing, if you want to say the thing now, if you're still here. Heatmore's not going to be too high, but Heatmore's cool. Yep, there we go. I think Heatmore's going to be right there. Durant is probably going to be a little bit higher. We'll go right above Tropius. Hydreigon, easy top 10 slot, number 4 to be precise. Hydreigon is Hydreigon. It's a dark dragon type. It's a Hydra. It's super strong. It's got Levitate. It's got an insane move pool. It's Hydreigon. What else is there to say? And speaking of top 10, here's the last one in the top 10, Volcarona. Volcarona is super awesome. Bug Fire is a really cool type combination. Quiver Dance Volcarona is super scary to go up against. Yeah, it's 4 times weak to rocks, but Heavy Duty Boots is the thing. Volcarona's design is super cool. It's just really fun to use. Yeah. So that's the top 10 right there, if anyone wants to get a good look at it while it's on screen. Unless people are too distracted by Acrid. Honestly, I forgot I put them there. But yeah, those are my 10 favorites. Anyways, we have Cobalion. Cobalion's alright. Although I feel bad for Cobalion because... And now I feel like someone in chat's going to correct me as soon as I say this, but I feel like Cobalion is no one's favorite. I feel like everyone's favorite is either Terrakion or Virizion, at least just from what I've heard. Someone's probably going to prove me wrong immediately, but... Cobalion's my second favorite. But where does he go? Probably right there. Yeah, Marcus, I know Virizion's your favorite. Terrakion's my favorite. Terrakion's gonna be pretty high. Terrakion's probably gonna be right below Sceptile. Also, Daniel, if you're still here, did you catch the Sceptile placement? I figured you're probably curious about that. Sceptile just shy of, well, I guess that's still technically top tier. This one's kind of arbitrary. Just shy of top tier. Virizion, unfortunately, Marcus is my least favorite. But, I still like it. Unless we're counting Keldeo. Because if we're counting Keldeo, then Keldeo's my least favorite. But out of the main 3, Virizion's my favorite. But Virizion is probably right above Musharna. Tornadus. These three, I really like the genies as well. I think all three of the genies are really cool. Megas and Gigantamaxes, I kind of... It's hard for me to rank those alongside the normal Pokemon. Like, those are just kind of in a separate boat to me. So, I'm gonna do those separately. I'll probably do that some other time. Like, I'll probably do the Megas and Gigantamaxes together some other time, but I'm not gonna rank them in this. Just because it'd be hard for me to rank them alongside the normal Pokemon, because there's some, like Lopunny. I like Mega Lopunny a lot more than I like regular Lopunny. But there's also some, like Scizor or Blaziken, or Ampharos that I like about as much as I like the regular one. So I think that would just be a little bit too much for me to rank in this. So I'll end up doing those separately some other time. Now where does Tornadus go? Tornadus is going to be kind of high. It's probably like right below Giratina, I think. Thundurus. Thundurus Therian is my favorite Therian form of the three. I think Thundurus Therian is really cool. Honestly, Thundurus is probably going to be up here. Probably just below Chandelure, I think. Then Reshiram is also going to be rather high. Probably, no, not quite above Breloom. Just below Breloom. Zekrom. I'm going to have to do the Dialga Palkia thing. I think Zekrom is so close to Reshiram for me. I think I like Reshiram a little bit more. And then Landorus. I don't know what I would say for these two, because Thundurus Therian form is my favorite Therian, and then regular Thundurus is my second favorite of the regular incarnate forms. Landorus Incarnate is my favorite of the incarnate forms, and Landorus Therian is my second favorite of the Therians. So they even out. So I really don't know which one I would put above the other one. They're both definitely like right next to each other. I have no idea. I think I'll probably just give the edge to Landorus just because it's a ground type. And I'm a sucker for a good ground type, so I'll probably just go with that. Now, Kyurem. This list didn't have... Unless, did I just miss the Kyurems? Am I dumb? No, okay. This list doesn't have Kyurem Black and Kyurem White. So, I guess I'll just be trying to average that. In that case, it's probably somewhere around here. Probably above the Lotties. Above Rotom. Yeah, probably about here, I think, for Kyurem. I would say, if that's the case. And then, yeah, Keldeo's my least favorite of the swords. We're counting that. Where did I put Virizion? Okay, so it's going to be below that. Voice crack. Hello? I think we'll put it just above Tropius, I think. Yeah, I'd say I like Durant a little bit more. Meloetta, I don't really have a problem with Meloetta's design. I think Meloetta's completely fine. I just have so little attachment to it. Like, I'd probably say I'm indifferent. Like, I don't think I've ever actually used one in a game, because I've never been able to get one. And its design just doesn't really jump at me at all. So, yeah, I think I'm probably indifferent to it. Just go there. And then Genesect was really cool. Because I have actually gotten the Genesect before, at least, so I can that have at least personally used one outside of competitive. Genesect. Probably around Deoxys. I think probably a little bit lower. Yeah, we'll go there. You don't like Kyurem Black or White? Really? I think Kyurem Black and Kyurem White are both really sick. Honestly, I think I'd prefer both of them over regular Kyurem. I think they're really cool. Chestnut. Chestnut was my favorite grass type starter for a while. It's definitely like, honestly, probably just right above Venusaur. If I had to guess. I think Venusaur's a little too high. I think there's fair for Venusaur. I think Venusaur's a little bit high. Delphox. Delphox is my least favorite starter, if anyone was curious. I know some people were probably surprised when I said Meganium wasn't my least favorite starter. Speaking of Meganium, where the hell did I put Meganium? Oh, there it is. Okay. Because Delphox isn't too much lower than Meganium. Probably right above Keldeo. I mean, I really like regular Kyurem too. I just I really like the designs behind Kyurem Black and Kyurem White, and I really, really like the backstory behind them. I think it's really interesting, and if we do get Gen 5 remakes, I hope that gets explored a little bit more. They're over-designed. Nah, that's understandable, because they do have a lot going on, but that doesn't bother me. So Greninja's definitely going to be up here somewhere. It's probably right above Seismitoad, I think. I think that's good for Greninja. Diggersby. Diggersby's probably going to go somewhere around here. Diggersby's cool. I don't really understand why they gave it huge power. I guess just because of those buff ears, but Diggersby's strong as hell. I think Diggersby's probably like right here. Feels more like something from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, that's understandable. So, do you think you'd say the same thing about Duskmane and Dawnwing's Necrozma, or does Necrozma feel a bit more natural looking to you? Just out of curiosity. I would imagine those are probably the same way. Talonflame. Mentioned Staraptor used to be my favorite Route 1 bird, and then it was Talonflame, but now Talonflame's not anymore either. But Talonflame's still pretty high up there. I think it's probably like... I think it's just below Hippowdon. Vivian. Vivian's cool. It's got the... all the different forms. I think I'll put it just below Cinccino. Pyroar... Was anyone else just kind of underwhelmed by Pyroar? I think Pyroar's fine. It's just kind of underwhelming. It's not enough for me to be indifferent or anything to it. Like, it's still a neat design. I guess I'm just thinking competitively, because it's not very good competitively. Florges... I think Florges right about there. Koga's probably somewhere around here. Yeah, we'll go with there. Pangoro is going to be a lot higher than that. Pangoro's super cool. Honestly, let's just slot it in right next to the dark type squad right here. The second Pokemon. Let me, because they're not... This list doesn't have forms, so let me... Is this actually gonna let me, like... Eh. Oh, that's a... There we go. So that's Duskmane Necrozma. And then... Dawnwings. For some reason, I could only find an in-game shot of Duskmane Necrozma. And then there's Dawnwings Necrozma. Let me... There we go, there's a good shot of it. And I just exited out immediately. Well... Hopefully you get a decent look at it. There we go, that's a little... I messed up my setup a little bit when I did that, but that's fine. So those are kind of... Oh, for God's sakes, what am I doing? I cannot remember how I had my setup for the life of me. There we go. Okay, so... There, now I'm good. So those are kind of like Kyurem in the way that it's the cover legendaries from Sun and Moon, Solgaleo and Lunala fused with Necrozma. So that's essentially what those are. So that's I was curious about if you had a strong opinion about those, since those are not really the same thing, but also kind of sort of. Because I think those probably look a bit more natural than Kyurem White and Kyurem Black. Furfur, I think I'm probably indifferent too. Put it like that, Stantler. Meowstic. Meowstic's alright. Put it there. Aegislash is gonna be really high. Probably right above Slowbro. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured, because they do look a bit more natural as fusions. Aromatisse, we're finally going to have another Pokemon in the dislike tier. I don't think, just off the top of my head, I don't think there's going to be one in the hate tier. Like, I wouldn't say there's a Pokemon I outright hate. But we've got number 3 finally. Aromatisse is just weird. I know you hate Aromatisse, Marcus. Slurpuff's a lot better. Marcus, I'm sorry, I don't hate Aromatisse as much as you do. Malamar. Malamar is probably like just above Virizion. Barbarical. Speaking of hate, I know if Christian was doing this, he'd put Barbarical in hate. I rather like Barbarical though. I think Barbarical's pretty cool. Yeah, that's like Spritzy is super cute, and then Aromatisse happens. It's really weird. I think Barbarical's probably just above Alomomola. Dragalge is really cool. Like a poison dragon type? Are you kidding me? A poison dragon type with adaptability? Are you kidding me? Dragalge's awesome. Probably like just above Kyurem, I would say. Clawitzer. Again, I need someone to tally how many times I've said I wish this Pokemon was a little bit faster. Like, if Clawitzer was a little bit faster, it would probably be really good, but it's just too slow. Probably right about there. Heliolisk. Probably just above Durant, I think. Tyrantrum. Again, add another tally. If Tyrantrum were a little bit faster, this is a threat. He's just a little too slow. But he's still going to be pretty high. I think he's going to be just behind Talonflame. Then Aurorus, not quite that high, but Aurorus is still really cool. Plus, like, Refrigerate Body Slam is insane. Aurorus is probably like just above Beartic. Yeah, probably just about Cradily too. Excuse me. Sylveon. Sylveon's probably like right there. I think that's fair. Halucha. We're just a little bit higher. Dene. Worst Pika clone? Question mark. It's Dedenne or Morpeko, right? I mean, Dedenne is just a Raichu if Raichu were like a hamster. And then Morpeko is like a slightly different Dedenne. It's probably the worst to me. I don't dislike it. I'm just indifferent. Yeah, it's probably about there. Carbink. Carbink's nice. It's got a fine design. Probably on the lower end of this. Probably like right above Pachirisu. Goodra. It's definitely my least favorite pseudo, but like I said about pseudos earlier, I really like it. Or I really like all of them. Where's my lowest pseudo so far? Is it Dragonite? I think it is. So we got T-Tar, Metagross, Salamence, Garchomp, Hydreigon. Yeah, Dragonite's the lowest, so Gudros is gonna be below this. I think it's right above Torterra. Klefki. I think Klefki's just below Musharna. Trevenant. I'm gonna be pretty high. I think Trevenant's like just above Genesect. Gourgeist. Fortunately, I'm not factoring in shinies here, so Gourgeist is not going to be that high. Excuse me. Glad I remembered to mute. I think Gourgeist is probably like just above Gothitelle, and I think Gothitelle's right below Stoutland. Avalugg. Yet another slow ice type. They really need to stop making these. If they want ice types to be good, make them fast. But Avalugg's still got a cool design at least. Probably like right above Drifblim. Noivern is super cool. Noivern's definitely up here somewhere. Let's see. I think Noivern is just above Venusaur, and honestly, I think Lopunny's probably a little bit higher too. Just above Arcanine. Xerneas. Xerneas would probably be a little bit higher if it wasn't like one of the most broken Pokemon ever in VGC. Even in singles, Xerneas is just disgusting to play against. But it's still a really cool Pokemon. Like, it'd probably be higher if it wasn't such a pain in the ass competitively. I think it's probably like right above Aurorus though. Probably above Manectric as well. Actually, and above Cobalion. Yveltal though. Yveltal's also kind of a pain in the ass, but I like Yveltal a lot more. Yveltal's probably like... Yeah, we'll go there for Yveltal. And then Zygarde. Zygarde, you know, Marcus, that Pokemon that needed to be banned? It definitely was more oppressive than Lando T. Zygarde's really cool. Zygarde probably close to there, I think. Diancie. Unfortunately, I really like Mega Diancie, although I think regular Diancie's just okay. It's gonna be a little bit above Carbink. It's probably like... It's probably right here. Hoopa. And again, this one does not have forms, so I guess I'm counting Hoopa and Hoopa Unbound here. If it was just regular Hoopa, it would be kind of lower, but Hoopa Unbound kind of carries it for me. I think Hoopa's just okay, but Hoopa Unbound is really cool. And it's broken. So that all considered, it's probably... Let's go just above Shiftry. Volcanion.
YouTube Premium removes interruptions from your video recipe. Start a free trial now.
Haven't had ads this whole time and just suddenly get a random one while I'm trying to rake Volcanion. Thankfully it's only a 6-second one though. Volcanion's probably somewhere around here. Go between Xerneas and Cobalion. Okay, Gen 7 and Gen 8. This is not a drill, folks. We are almost done. Decidueye is a pretty damn cool starter, to be honest. Don't like it quite as much as I like Torterra, but I think I'll put it right about there. Incineroar is going to be an easy top tier. Incineroar is an absurdly good Pokemon in VGC, and he is a ton of fun in Smash. Smash was honestly the thing that pushed him into top tier for me. He's probably like... Honestly, he's probably like right about there. Would I say he's my second favorite fire type starter? Honestly, yeah. I think that's fair to say at this point. I think Incineroar is probably my second favorite. I think he's probably a little bit above Rhyperior too. And then Primarina. It's probably going to be a little bit higher than Decidueye. Primarina's probably like right about here. Toucannon. Honestly, I'm kind of indifferent to Toucannon. It's got a fine design. It's neat. So I'll give it a little bit more credit than that. Yeah. I like Primarina more than I like Decidueye. Put Toucannon. We'll put it there. Gumshoos. Honestly, I'm kind of indifferent to Gumshoos at this point. What's wrong with Primarina? I don't see the problem. Vikavolt is a prime example of a Pokemon that absolutely should not have been as slow as it is. I do not understand why Vikavolt is as slow as it is. Its dex entries literally talk about how fast it is, and then it's base like 40 speed. I don't understand. Vikavolt should have been way faster. Is that really your problem with Primarina? I mean, like, I agree, but I don't think that's that big of a deal. Because I would say a lot of the starters look a lot more masculine than they do feminine. I just think, like, Primarina and Meganium and Delphox are probably the only three that look more feminine than masculine, off the top of my head. Probably. But I would say a lot of them are not quite, or not very gender neutral either. Just in the other direction. Vikavolt, where's Vikavolt? It would probably be a top tier for me if it was not slow as shit. I don't understand why it's so slow. Probably like just above Rotom. Crabominable. Okay, for the 100th time this stream, probably. Slow, offensive ice types are never good. Stop making slow, offensive ice types. Crabominable should be designed a little bit differently. It's an ice fighting type. If you want that to be good, it needs to be fast as hell, which it should have been. Stop making slow ice types. They are never good. Like, Crabominable at least, like, sure, maybe like a Trick Room team, but still, I don't think you should have to rely on Trick Room. Because Crabominable is just going to get OHKO'd by one of its, like, 20 weaknesses. But it's still a neat design. And Ice Fighting type is sick. but since it sucks so bad, it's probably not going to be very high. Probably about there. Oricorio. Oh yeah, I forgot. Like, most Pokemon don't have their alternate forms on this list, but Oricorio does. Don't know why. I'm gonna skip this one. I think I forget all the names of the Oricorio forms, but I think this one's probably the worst. That's probably about there. This one's a little bit better. Only about there. This one's a little bit better. Probably about there, and then this one's even better. This one's probably the best one. Does that one get a pass, Marcus? Is Purple Oricorio the best one? Because Oricorio is one I honestly didn't think about too much going into this, so I didn't even think about it. Also, Lycanroc and Wishiwashi have all of their forms as well. But, like, Necrozma doesn't. And, like, Deoxys didn't. And whatnot. I don't know how they decided that. Rabombi is probably going to be, like, mid around here somewhere. Probably not that high. We'll go right above Claydol. Lycanroc Midday is also probably going to be somewhere around there if I had to guess. Probably. We'll go right above Clawitzer. Lycanroc Midnight is actually my least favorite of the bunch, but they're honestly not. Midday and Midnight are not that far apart from me. I'd say it's probably like right around here. But Dusk Lycanroc is easily my favorite. And it's also probably the best one. It's probably like right behind Garbodor. Regular Wishiwashi, it's fine. It's just a fish. It's cute. I'll go to pass. And then School Form Wishiwashi is really, really cool. I think it's a really neat concept. I think, like most Pokemon in Alola, I think it's too slow, but it's still really good. Probably like just above Heatran. Toxapex, the bane of OU. It does have a good design. I think it's like right above Furret. Mudsdale, I think is super cool. I think that one's like probably just above Alolan Raichu. Araquanid is also really, really cool. Araquanid is like probably just above Dusknoir. Lurantis. Lurantis is another one. There's so many Pokemon in Alola that have zero reason to be as slow as they are. Lurantis is one of them. It's got a nice design, though. Also, Totem Lurantis in Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Moon almost swept the shit out of me both times. That Totem Lurantis is insane. Shiinotic. Nah. It's fine. I just don't feel strongly towards it. We'll put it above Farfetch'd. Salazzle. Salazzle's cool. I think its ability should be buffed, but it's still really cool. Poison Fire is a really interesting typing. We're like right below Donphan. Yeah, like my starter was Torcat, and it almost one-shot my Torcat. Like I about had a heart attack, and it's got Power Herb too. Before it even summons the second Pokemon to set up Sun for it, it has Power Herb. It took me so long to get a female Cylander. You're lucky as hell. Wanted a male Salazzle. That would have been unfortunate. Beware. Bewear's probably a little bit higher than Salazzle. I think he's probably like right there. Bewear's cute. Sarina is a really cool Pokemon. I think Sarina's like decently fast. I think it could probably do with being a little bit faster, but I think it just needs to be a little bit stronger. That or maybe a little bit bulkier. Its stats are like just I'd say across the board are just like a little too low to prevent Sarina from being like a really, really good Pokemon. It's probably still about here though. Sarina's got a really cool design. Comfey. I like Comfey a lot more because of Dynamax Adventures. I just probably would have been indifferent to it beforehand. Probably like right here. Oh, speaking of Dynamax Adventures, best Pokemon in the format, Oranguru. If you have never gotten this Oranguru in Dynamax Adventures, this thing's broken. Like, if you're playing with another player and they know what they're doing, Oranguru is broken. It is so, so strong. Like, it hits really hard on its own. It's got Light Screen, and then Instruct makes you so much better against a Pokemon if they've got a good matchup into it. Like, it makes you that much stronger. Like, Oranguru is insane to get in Dynamax Adventures. I get it, like, basically every time I see it. And it's made me like it a lot more. I thought its design was fine originally, but you're probably like right about here. Passimian unfortunately has done nothing to impress me, but it's still got a fine design, so probably like right above Zebstrika. Glisopod is badass. I was not expecting Wimpod to have this cool of an evolution when they announced it. Glisopod's probably like up here, honestly. Palossand. Why does water compaction not make you immune to water? It really should. But Palossand is still really cool. It's probably like just above Dragonite. Pyukumuku is cute. He's chilling. He's probably like right about there. Whoops. Yeah, everything's above Comfey. Silvally was kind of disappointing, but they buffed him in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, so he's a little bit better. I still think it needs a little bit better of a move pool though, but it's still a really cool Pokemon. Like just above Emboar, I think. Minior is like broken in random battles, but kind of bad in everything else. It's got a really interesting design though, so I'll give it that. I think it's probably like right there. Komala. I think it's okay. I'm gonna skip this one too, because for some reason this played and it was playing already. Yeah, Minior shiny. I think Minior had a. If it wasn't like top tier shiny, it was like second to top tier when I ranked it. When I did the shinies a few days ago. Shiny Minior is like super underrated. Turtonator. Turtonator's pretty cool. I think he's probably right around there. Togedemaru. I got an itching layer. Where does good old Togepi go? He's probably like somewhere between Emolga and Pachirisu, right? Maybe he's probably like just below Pachirisu. Mimikyu. Mimikyu is a pretty sick design. And Ghost and Fairy is sick. Like, that is a really good type combination. On top of Mimikyu already being a really good Pokemon. I think Mimikyu is probably like right there. Oh, whoops. Probably right there. Am I the only person on the planet that doesn't hate Bruxish? Like, I sort of get it, but it's not that bad to me. I'm just kind of indifferent to it. I feel like 99% of what I hear about it is people hate it. It really doesn't bother me. It's probably like somewhere around there. Drampa. I think Drampa's okay. It's the... Thanks, Marcus. I'm never going to be able to unsee that. I appreciate it. Dhelmise... I wish Dhelmise was better because Dhelmise got a really, really interesting ability. And I think it's just a cool design. Yeah, I think that's fair for Dhelmise. I just wish Dhelmise was better. I wish we had more abilities like Steelworker. I think that'd be super interesting. Kommo-o. Probably gonna be like just above Dragonite. I think Steelix is probably above Dragonite, now that I think about it. And honestly, probably. I think that's more reasonable. And then Kommo-o, yeah, I think that's about right. Oh boy, we got the Tapus. I'm not sure what to think about the Tapus because on one hand, I think all four of them have really cool designs. They're all really, really good Pokemon. I think their lore is really interesting. But on the other hand, they've basically single-handedly ruined OU and VGC. Like, one of them is on every team. It's pretty much a guarantee. And like that was the biggest thing with like Gen 7 OU. Like I couldn't play it because every team had at least one Tapu, Landorus, Hawlucha, Toxapex, and then 2 fillers. It was basically every team, and I still really like them though, so I won't give them that much of a hard time for it, but Tapu Koko's probably like just below Arceus. Tapu Lele is gonna be honestly probably like below Cherim. Tapu Bulu is my favorite. It's probably gonna go about there. And Tapu Fini, probably gonna go like just a little bit above Tapu Koko. Okay, Solgaleo. Solgaleo's pretty cool. I'm still kind of disappointed by it just being better Metagross. Like, on paper. But it's still a cool design, still a really good Pokemon. But I was just let down by that. And then Lunala, same thing. Like, just Hoopa with better Hoopa with multi-scale. I'm just a little disappointed by that personally. I think they're probably above Cresselia, but probably right around there because of that. Oh boy, Ultra Beasts. A lot of these are probably gonna be pretty high. Ultra Beasts are really cool. Nihilego, probably gonna be one of the lower ones. Buzzwole is buff as shit. Buzzwole is still hilarious to me. The Ultra Jungle is literally one of the funniest things in any Pokemon game ever. It's so self-aware and it's genius. Like, that's one of the best things in Ultra Sun. The Ultra Jungle is amazing. Pheromosa, you're a demon in competitive. Still don't really like you for it, but it's a cool design. Probably right about there. Xurkitree, it's probably really damn close to Buzzwole. It's probably like just behind Terrakion. The world waits with bated breath to know what Hoopa be like. Yeah, Pheromosa's got a really nice shiny. So does Nihilego. And Kartana, but we haven't gotten to Kartana yet. Celesteela has a really sick design, but holy shit, this thing is obnoxious to fight. You're probably like right about here. Kartana is really cool. Has a nuclear attack stat, probably just above Regigigas. Guzzlord would be my favorite if it was a little bit better. Speaking of shinies, Guzzlord is one of the few shinies that I actively hate. There were very few of those on my ranking, but Guzzlord was one of them. But regular Guzzlord I love. Regular Guzzlord is super sick. Yeah, Kartana's got an absurd attack stat. It's higher than Mega Rayquaza. And Necrozma. Necrozma, if I'm factoring in regular Necrozma, Duskmane, Dawnwings, and Ultra Necrozma, it's probably pretty damn high. It's probably up here. Necrozma is super cool. I think he's probably like just above Jolteon. Yeah, like fucking Gracium Z, Kartana, like what lives that other than like Heatran and Celesteela? Honestly, Magearna I'm kind of indifferent to. I really don't like fighting it in competitive, and its design is fine. It's one of the better ones. I think it's probably like up here. Yeah, well, they've got to bring shiny, or they've got to bring Ultra Necrozma back eventually, right? Because did they even have shiny Necrozma before Sword and Shield? Like, I know Necrozma got distributed in Japan at one point, but was that before Sword and Shield? Because if that's the case, then you could have just never gotten Shiny Ultra Necrozma. Well, I guess pre-Sword and Shield at least. Okay. Well, that makes more sense, but still. I feel like they've got to bring it back eventually, right? But at the same time, Ultra Necrozma is broken as shit, so I'm also not going to be too upset if it stays gone. Not as broken as Eternamax Eternatus, though. Marshadow. Marshadow's really cool. Ghost Fighting is sick. That's an insane offensive typing combo. And Marshadow's just a threat in general with Spectral Thief. I just haven't gotten to use it that much. So it's probably... honestly, you're probably a little bit lower than this. Probably right above Delphox. Naganadel is probably my favorite Ultra Beasts. Naganadel is super cool. Poison Dragon with Beast Boost, fast as hell. God damn. This thing's a monster. So you go up like right there. No, not above the Powdon, not quite. Stakataka is also super cool. Strongest Gyro Ball in the game, I'm pretty sure. Really cool design. Actual monster under Trick Room. Probably right about there. Blacephalon. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of Blacephalon. I think I'd probably like it more than Celesteela. Maybe? Actually, no, I don't think so. I think it's probably like right here. Zeraora. Honestly, it's probably not too high. Probably like just about Glaceon. Melmetal. I don't know why I like Melmetal so much, but Melmetal is probably up here. Probably just above Tyrantrum. I genuinely don't know. Melmetal's quickly become one of my favorites. Same goes for Rillaboom. Rillaboom was what overtook Chestnut as my favorite grass type starter. I think he probably sits right there. I think Chestnut's a little high. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Cinderace. Cinderace is okay. Cinderace's design has just kind of fallen off for me. Like, I've just steadily started to like it less. But it's still really cool. Probably like just above Arcanion. Inteleon, honestly, I don't hate it. And I'm not really indifferent to it either. It's probably somewhere between Meganium and Delphox. Honestly, I think Inteleon might be my least favorite starter now. Like below Delphox. Actually, I think they're close. That was a realization I just had, like just now. I think Delphox or Inteleon might actually be my least favorite. Greedent, kind of like a Alolan Dugtrio. Greedent's at least amusing, so it keeps it from being indifferent. Corviknight. Now we finally get to my favorite Route 1 bird. Corviknight is badass. Corviknight rose up the ranks pretty damn quick. I think it's probably right about there. Corviknight is super cool. I hope they keep making Row 1 birds as good as Corviknight, because Corviknight is really, really good. And it's just got a really good design, too. Orbeetle... Probably... Probably right there, I think. I think Celebra's probably higher. Thievul. Also, I didn't even mention it. We're finally in Gen 8. We're almost done. 4.5 hour stream. Let's go. Thievul is a design that's probably just gotten worse the more I've thought about it. It's still not bad enough for me to hate it. Or even dislike it. But I thought it was really cool at first, and now I'm just kind of meh. Eldegoss is kind of the same way, although I still kind of like it a little bit. You're probably, like, here. Double is also the same way. Double, honestly, probably, like, there. Dreadnought. Probably somewhere around here. Probably, like, right above Emboar, I think. Boltund. It's gonna be pretty high. But how high? Probably above Trevenant. Yeah, I think right there. Colossal. Colossal, I think G-Max Colossal should have just been Colossal's regular design. I think regular Colossal looks kind of weird, but it's still pretty cool. Rockfire is cool typing. Steam Engine is a really cool ability. Probably like right above Caracosta. Flapple. Flapple is like probably right there. And Appleton's gonna be a little bit lower. Probably closer to there. I had to get oh, not above Houndoom. Sandaconda has quickly become one of my favorites from Gen 8. And I honestly don't know why. I mean, yeah, Flapple's slow, but it still hits really damn hard with Hustle. Like, it's a good, it's a good, like, switch into some things to, like, scare some stuff out. And then, like, not a whole lot of things want to take, like a banded Hustle Gravapple. Like, it hits really hard. Cramorant is mildly amusing. I think he'll probably go, like, right there. There we go. Barrascuda. God damn, I'm hungry. That just occurred to me. I have not eaten dinner yet. Everything's probably closed. It's almost 11. Barrascuda can go there. Toxtricity is one of the coolest Pokemon to come out of Gen 8. And if it was like, again, mark a tally or something, if Toxtricity was a little bit faster, you have got a threat. Like, Shift Gear Throat Spray Toxtricity is already really scary, but if it was a little bit faster so it could consistently outspeed like Choice Scarf Mons, holy shit, this thing's a monster. Like, +1 after Throat Spray is, like, super scary. Like, not much wants to take a +1 overdrive from a Punk Rock Toxtricity.
Your personal guide to the world of K-pop.
No, we've done so good about ads. Stop it. Well, I'm not gonna eat till I finish anyways, but that was just something that occurred to me. In that, low-key toxicity is not quite as high for me. It's not as good, and I don't like its design as much, but it's still really cool. Like, it's still got a really cool design, despite not being as cool. Poison Electric is still a really awesome typing. Probably like right below Heracross if I had to say, or if I had to guess, which I know is a lot lower, but it's still pretty high relatively speaking. Centiskorch, most disappointing shiny ever. Centiskorch is cool. I wish it was a little bit better, but it's a really cool design. It's like right below Kingler. Graplocked is another really cool design, and this thing can actually be really, really strong in the right situation. Like, this thing shits on stall. Like, if you want a good anti-Stallmon, this thing destroys stall with a Octolock. And it's got Limber. It can't even get paralyzed to death. This thing's really cool, and it's got a fucking awesome shiny. I think it's right above Amoonguss. Honestly, I just checked OBS. I forgot I had Acrid here still with us. What a trooper. He's been there vibing this whole time. Yeah, Graplocked is sick. I think Graplocked is really cool. Poltegeist. Yeah, shiny Graplocked is amazing. It's like one of the best shinies in Gen 8. Probably, maybe not like top 5, but like top 10 for sure. Poltegeist is like, it's okay. Its design is fine. I'll put it right there. Hatterene is pretty cool. It's yet another Psychic Fairy type, which is kind of lame, but it's still a really good type combo regardless. I think it's probably like right about here. Grimmsnarl is going to be very high. Honestly, it's probably about right there. Grimmsnarl is super, super cool. Dark Fairy is an awesome type combination. Grimmsnarl is really good with Prankster, and it's even got decent attack. It's got pretty good bulk. Not accounting for Gigantamaxes, but Gigantamax Grimmsnarl is fucking awesome. Obstagoon is another one. Obstagoon's going to be pretty high. It's probably going to be up here somewhere. Probably right there above Galarian Moltres. Obstagoon is awesome as well. Berserker, I really did not like at first, but Berserker's grown on me a lot. It's probably somewhere around here. Probably right below Donphan. Cursula is also, it's a really, really cool design. It's not very good, unfortunately, but it's still an awesome design. I think he's probably like, probably right about there. I've actually ranked all of the Elite Four in the Champions, like, just for the hell of it, one time. Just based on difficulty. So I could just do that again or something like that. Although, if I rank anything next, it's probably going to be the Megas and the Gigantamax forms. But after that, I'm not sure. Sirfetch'd is pretty cool. It's definitely below Cursula, but, where... So it's probably like right there. I think that's reasonable. Mr. Rhyme. Marcus, don't hate me, but Mr. Rhyme is pretty cool. I think it's way better than Mr. Mime. He's got a cane and he tap dances. I see no problem. And he's got a bowler hat. I see no problem. Probably like just below Hariyama. And Runerigus is another probably top tier. Yeah. He's probably like just below Melmetal. Runerigus is really, really cool. And it's pretty damn good in VGC too. All Creamy is one that's grown on me. Probably somewhere up here. Probably like right above Goodra, if I had to guess. That sounds about right. Baylace. It's another really, really cool Pokemon. I wish he were a little bit better, but it's still a really interesting design. And No Retreat is awesome. He's probably like right above Alolan Ninetales. Pincurchin, pretty much only good because of Electric Surge. I think you're probably like right. Nah, not above Satu. Right there. Frostmoth is my favorite Pokemon from Gen 8. Frostmoth can go probably right here, I think is fair. I don't know why Frostmoth in particular, but it has been my favorite Pokemon from Gen 8 since I've seen it. Stonjourner is really weird. It's interesting though, so like I'll give it that. It's probably like right there. Ice-Q probably like a little bit lower than Stonjourner. Indeedee. Probably like right above Toxapex, I think. Morpeko. Daniel, are you back yet? I don't think he is, but in case anyone's wondering, my best friend Daniel hates Morpeko. Because electric is his favorite type, and he's really looking forward to the first electric dark type, and then it was Morpeko. And Morpeko's like not actually terrible, but it's not really good either. I think it's a little bit better than Dedenne, but it's probably not much better. It's probably like around here. It's interesting with like Hangry mode, but it's still a kind of underwhelming design, and it's a Pika clone, so it's not gonna get that high of a rating from me anyways. Kaparaja. Kaparaja's pretty cool. Probably not. He's probably like right below Walrein. Oh boy. So, does anyone know how I feel about the Gen 8 fossils? Does anyone not know? I despise these things. They're actually, honestly, no. Like, I'm putting them all in hate. Just like, it is 99% because they went through all the trouble of coming up with 4 designs for fossil Pokemons. 4 really unique and interesting designs with the electric yellow raptor, the dragon type one that we don't really know much about, the coelacanth head, and the mosasaur ice type body. Those are 4 really, really cool concepts for fossil Pokemon. Like, a fast rock electric type sounds insanely good. A rock ice type sounds really interesting. That's not Aurorus. This one would probably be physical. Another rock dragon fossil. Oh god, I need to stop burping. A rock dragon fossil that looks like it'd be really, really bulky. Another water rock fossil, which yeah, we've gotten a few of those, but it's a coelacanth. The only one we've seen is Relicanth, and Relicanth just looks like a bunch of rocks. So that's at least something that we get. But we don't get to see any of them. We don't get any of them. There's not... I get what they were going for with their 4 designs. Like, I get they're making fun of old British museums that used to just put fossils together without knowing what they were a part of. And people eventually found out that the fossils didn't actually match the things they were going to. So I get what they were going for. But that doesn't mean they look good. And that doesn't mean those 4 designs didn't get wasted. If there was a way... If there was a way to get the 4 of them in their regular designs, I would have 0 issue. I would have no problem with these Pokemon. But the fact that we lost these 4 really, really interesting designs because of this, these are the only Pokemon I hate. Literally the only ones I hate. I don't hate Electrode. I don't hate Alolan Persian. I don't hate Aromatisse. They're pretty mild dislikes too, but I actively hate these 4 Pokemon because of it. Dracozolt, the one on the far left, is here at the top because it's the only one that doesn't look atrocious. The rest of them, like, Arctovish's head is on backwards. Look at Arctozolt. It looks like it hates itself. And then Dracovish was just a mistake of nature. In terms of its design and its balance. Why is that Pokemon so damn strong? Like, why can Dracovish, like, one-shot most Pokemon with Vicious Rend? I don't understand. I was saving up this energy this entire time to talk about these are literally the only Pokemon I hate. And we got really appropriate music for it, too, since this is Mithrix's theme. It's really intense for my rant. But yeah, that's it. On to Duraludon, which is a Pokemon I actually really, really like. Duraludon's probably up here, honestly. I think Duraludon is really fucking cool. It's really, really versatile. It's pretty bulky, it's pretty strong. It's actually kind of fast. Like, it's not fast, but it's faster than you would expect it to be. It's got a really diverse move pool. It's a really good Dynamaxer. And I think it's just got a cool design, and Steel Dragon is a really cool typing. Duraludon's probably, like... Duraludon's higher than this, honestly. It's, like... Yeah, I think Duraludon, that's fair. Oh yeah, also their dex entries are miserable. Like, yeah, like you mentioned, Dracovish, like, dies if it's above water. I need to stop thinking about them. Dragapult is also a really, really cool Pokemon. I don't think it's quite top tier for me, but... I think, honestly, for a while, I don't think it was... I think Kommo-o I still liked more, but I think I like Dragapult a little bit more than Kommo-o now. Zacian. Zacian Crown is like one of the most broken Pokemon ever. but I still really like it. It's probably like right around here. And Zamazenta kind of sucks. But it's still a cool design. I won't give it too much crap. It's probably like here. Then Eternatus is another really cool design. I don't think it's higher than. Actually, I think it's. I actually do think it's probably higher than Zacian and Zamazenta. Probably right there. Then Urshifu. I guess I'm accounting for both with this. Urshifu's really cool. That thing is a monster in singles. Like, Has Urshifu gotten banned yet? I know people talked about it for a while. Has it actually gotten banned? It wouldn't surprise me. Urshifu's probably somewhere around here. Urshifu's really cool. I wouldn't blame them if it gets broken. That thing is insanely strong. Regieleki design has grown on me a lot. It's honestly probably above Registeel and Regice. Probably like right around here. And then Regidrago is also really cool. I think I still prefer Registeel a little bit. Probably like right there. Glastrier, I think, is also really, really cool. Glacier is probably about there. Spectrier I don't like as much, but it's still got a nice design. I think it's probably about there. Calyrex, I actually kind of hated its design. Well, I didn't hate it. I didn't like its design when it was first announced, but it has really grown on me, especially since it actually came out. It's probably around here somewhere. No, not quite about. Probably about there. And then Zarude. Another voice crack to round out the stream. Nice. Zarude's just kind of underwhelming as a mythical, honestly. It's still fine. It's got a fine design. I'll probably put it about up there. No, it's a little. Yeah, I think that's fair. Okay, you can delete this last fucking tier. Still got the watermark tier just because Tier Maker has they put their logo in the top tier and I don't want these Pokemon to be obstructed. But 4.5 hour stream, boys. But we did it. So there's the top 2 tiers. There's the next highest tier. Also, we finished on the best song in Risk of Rain 2, so nice. There's that tier. There's this tier. And I would say this is all roughly in order. I doubt this is like 100% accurate because my opinion would kind of change on a day-to-day basis. But that's that. Pretty proud to say that I actively dislike at least, or I at least actively dislike less than 10% of the, or less than 1% of the Pokemon. That's nice, because I know a lot of people would say they hate a lot more. And like I said, even with Electrode, Alolan Persian, and Aromatisse, it's a pretty mild dislike. Like, I don't... It's just kind of, like, less than neutral, I would say, more than dislike, honestly. But these 4, fuck them. They do not need to exist. Alright, let me save this. Oh wait, no, I do that at the bottom, shit. That took way too damn long. Jesus Christ. You know. Ah. There we go. Okay. Well, that is that. Like I said, took way longer than I thought it was going to. I'm not deleting that after all that time. After doing nothing else for 4.5 hours, are you kidding me? Why is my light? Yeah, that lighting looks way worse. This is too bright. What the fuck?
With YouTube music playlists. Discover new music and find old favorites.
Shut up. I thought my light looked fine this whole time, and now it's like super bright. I'll have to find something to dim it more next time. Yeah, I'll do Megas and Gigantamaxes some other time. I'll do those all at once. I don't need to look that pasty with the fucking lights on. Yes, I will do that some other time. We got the real MVP. He carried us through this. I might do the it depends on when I'm free next, because I might be doing something tomorrow night or Sunday night, but if I'm not busy either night this weekend, I'll probably do the Dynamax or the Gigantamaxes and the Megas then. If not, it'll probably be some other time, maybe Monday, I don't know. I'm also probably going to stream Risk of Rain soon, since I haven't done that since the anniversary update. And I will also probably stream me making the tier list before I make that, or the items tier list before I make that actual video. Probably going to do that with Chai and Christian and maybe Lido, if they want to. I told them they were welcome to join me for that. But yeah, I'm going to go crash into my pillow for like 30 minutes to recover from that. That took way longer than I thought I was going to. Hold on, let me. Also got Cat Jam still. We'll include that. Okay, I don't want that above those two. Nope, nope. Come on, OBS. Work. I will hide Cat Jam. Okay. For the people that joined me for suffer through all this, thank you for making this a much more bearable process. I do genuinely appreciate you coming and hanging out. This made this way more easy on my sanity. And yeah, I don't know how to end streams, so thank you, and I'll see you all later.